and welcome to this, the first Ordinary Council meeting for 2021. I'd ask you to be upstanding, please, for the affirmation. And Councillor Gallatley will lead us in the affirmation.
We, Council of Armadale Regional, declare that we will undertake the duties of the Office of Council in the best interest of our community and faithfully and impartially carry out the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in us to the best of our skills and judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor O'Connor to lead us in acknowledgement of country. Thanks.
We acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. The Armadale Regional community pays tribute to their love of land, love of people and love of culture.
Thank you. While we're still standing, I've just been informed by a former Armadale City Councillor, Tom Briggs, who's in the audience, that Councillor Bill Knight, who was a councillor on the Armadale City Council, has passed away. Just a few seconds silence in respect, please. Thank you. Please be seated. The statement in relation to live streaming of council meetings. Mr. General Manager, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The meeting is being audio and video recorded, and the recordings of the non-confidential parts of the meeting will be made available on the internet. No other persons are permitted to record the meeting unless specifically authorised by council to do so. All speakers are requested to ensure their comments are relevant to the particular agenda item. The chairperson may withdraw the privilege to speak where a speaker makes personal remarks or criticisms or uses abusive or inappropriate language. Speakers do not enjoy any special protection arising from comments made during council meetings and should therefore refrain from making defamatory remarks or personal defamatory statements against any individual. And with regard to mobile phones, we ask all those present to please ensure your mobile phone is turned off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Disclosure of interests. Councillors, are there any disclosures? Councillor Morat.
Mr. Mayor, I have one disclosure and one comment, please. With regards to item 9.12, sale of the croft, I have a pecuniary interest as a potential purchaser is a tenant of mine in one of my investment properties. The second one, item 9.7, I will be staying in the meeting until issues are resolved around statements made in paragraph 2, page 93 of the business paper. These statements are wrong and misleading. It is not a council officer's responsibility to decide if I have a conflict of interest in a public document. Once and only once these issues are resolved will I decide how and if I will declare interest and leave the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there other declarations? Councillor Gallatley, then Councillor Bailey.
Item agenda number 9.8. I'm a personal friend with the agent who is handling the present contract or the present
Airports.
land out at the what's the name? And it's a non-pecuniary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bailey.
I have a non-pecuniary interest in the hydrotherapy pool. My wife is a user and was a volunteer supervisor, and as a consequence I declare a non-pecuniary interest, but I do intend to speak on it.
Thank you. We now move to what's a new segment of our agenda, and that is presentations, and I'm delighted to inform you that we're already booked through to March, so that's heartening. It's a real pleasure to introduce to you the Vice-Chancellor of the University of New England, Professor Bridget Hayward, who's our first presenter, and she's going to talk to us about my mayoral minute in relation to the New England Science and Innovation Regional Hub. Very warm welcome to you, Professor.
Mayor and councillors, I've also brought copies for... Oh, not tall enough, usually too tall. Thank you. Mayor, thank you very much. Councillors of the Armadale Regional Council, thank you for providing the opportunity for the university to give a first view
of the plans that we are developing for significant investment, which will have bearing on the aspirations and opportunities of Armadale, of the New England region, and the wider region of New England Northwest in this state. What I'd like to do today is introduce the concept that we're working through in a master planning exercise, which is the development of a STEM precinct and a precinct without walls. So rather than creating a classic domain of a cluster of buildings co-located in one single place, we are proposing that as part of the refurbishment of the current university facilities here in Armadale, as part of our developing commitment to the new campus for the university in Tamworth, and as part of our wider engagement from Moree to Taree, from Armadale to Tamworth, in the northwest and New England region of New South Wales, that we are preparing a conversation around the development of a new concept, the precinct without walls, particularly to promote STEM education, to ensure that this region has a pipeline of appropriately future-relevant graduates who can contribute in a variety of ways to the authority of this region in a number of different business areas. And here we're referring to the industries of primary production and agri-tech. We're referring to food processing, food technologies, and upcoming issues of provenance and logistics. We're proposing the development of a new robotics centre. We are building on the work that we've already done to create a virtual hospital for the New England region. And we are strongly advocating that investment is equally needed in the creative industries and those sectors that contribute to the tourism of this region. So next week, the university will publish for the first time a decadal strategic plan, a 10-year plan titled Future Fit. Future Fit is about recognising the role of a regional university as an advocate, a stimulant, a facilitator and a narrator for the development of place-based education, knowledge translation and engagement to improve the economic, cultural and social activities across the region. We are reasserting our commitment to being a leading regional university that through partnership will bring economic opportunity both to the university, to Armadale and to the region, and by extension of the resilience and sustainability that will follow, this region will be a key contributor to the growth agenda that's proposed for the state. The university is proposing to co-invest in excess of 200 million over the next 10 years in STEM infrastructure, in order that, first of all, the university's authority as the #1 large animal agri-tech research entity in Australia, as a leading provider of agricultural, agri-tech and primary production R&D, and the leading provider of knowledge-based education and graduates who serve the future. The university commits to this investment and is seeking the support of partners in order that we can present our case at state and federal level. We are proposing a precinct without walls for STEM research, STEM education and STEM-based outreach. We are proposing a pan-regional concept, quite distinctive and novel in Australia. We have borrowed from and are informed by success stories in other rural economies around the world where this model has delivered the same goals to which we aspire. By taking a thematic approach, the UNE Regional STEM Precinct will guarantee social, cultural and economic growth. We aim to improve agricultural production, processing and distribution. By a series of tactical strategic partnerships, we aim to create a hub centred around digital intelligence. And by developing the virtual hospital and digital and virtual health training and translation, we aim to increase the well-being of remote, rural and regional communities. We have been asked why UNE and why now? So first of all, we're about to launch a decadal strategic plan after a year of organisational restructuring and challenging financial repositioning. We intend to drive tactical improvements and productivity and growth across the region by using the instrument of a precinct to create competitive critical mass across key industry sectors. We aim to link the work we've already done through the Smart Regions Incubator to our entrepreneurship extensions, and by the innovation that we've created in successful spin-out endeavours from 7 CRCs, and we remain the only university to have hosted successfully 7 CRCs in Australia, that we will increase the innovation index of the region. We will nurture a pipeline of STEM talent, and as a result of these two endeavours, we will attract new businesses and enhance regional resilience. Our model is based on convergence, that one thing must serve multiple purposes, that one investment must lead to growth of opportunity in a number of different industry sectors. And this is where the important role of the university is fully realised. That we can invest in and develop baseline infrastructure. In doing so in partnership, we will develop the capacity both of the region, of the university, of educational outreach, and of other opportunities that will add strength and purpose and create the necessary critical mass for this region to achieve its regional, national, and indeed international aspirations. I don't think they're picketing for the STEM precinct outside. So what are we doing, and how do we intend to approach this? So first of all, we've commissioned Deloitte to do a full economic impact study of the investment of between 200 and 300 million in the areas that I've just specified. We've already published and promoted a learning region model, which has at its heart an agenda for partnership and engagement. We're proposing a thematic approach to develop core high-performance baseline facilities, new STEM laboratories, a new digital hub and a new data warehouse, technical partnerships with media, entertainment and digital champions to see new developments created either on the UNE campus, within the Armadale region, or between here and Tamworth on the Armadale-Tamworth corridor, or investments in Tamworth, but all joined together under one regional brand and with careful project management facilities embedded in. We've committed to stakeholder engagement across multiple layers, and we're using the same model that we have deployed successfully in Tamworth. We have already held meetings with 78 different industries across Armadale and are about to initiate the next level of engagement with other stakeholder and community groups. We have developed and promoted a place-based model, which has been acknowledged in recently published state government and federal government reports as being innovative and relevant to the regional needs and regional capabilities. And we are currently finalising the governance and advisory structures which will encapsulate regional, national and international engagement as part of developing this facility. I do not have specific time today, but the 4 thematic profiles are summarised in the pack that I've shared with the Council and will be available as we launch these plans publicly over the next 2 or 3 weeks. But they include our commitment to agri-production and processing, packaging and provenance issues, so that this region may be connected purposefully and actively to the growth agenda of the state. We have already progressed senior level tactical discussions with major international partners about creating a new digital media, entertainment, archival and education hubs here in Armadale, both within the city, the reuse of existing facilities by their purposeful upgrade, and by the development of new facilities that can provide the digital media engagement that we need, both for education purposes, but also to broaden the Creative New England agenda. We are proposing the development of archival, specialist art and archival storage facilities, and the creation of a dedicated fab lab, so that this region can progress to 2 and 3D printing, both to support the creative industries, but to engage in providing an axis of engagement around broader manufacturing agenda that are relevant to Australia and have been very purposed in recent reports. And as a baseline for this, we continue to develop the basic STEM infrastructure, both here and, by example, new facilities that are being agreed in collaboration with industry in Tamworth. The master planning draft will be developed over the next couple of months. We have prepared and have developed submissions to federal and state government budget processes, and these will be submitted over the next 2-3 months. In parallel with that process, we are seeking support. We are not asking for funds. We are seeking support for the vision of New England and for the vision of the opportunities that the new STEM facility for the Northwest and New England region can bring, if supported and then funded. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the university, may I thank you for your attention this evening. I'm very happy to take questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Professor. It's truly exciting what you're proposing to achieve, and I have little doubt, or I hope my colleagues will support the recommendation to provide you in-kind support. Councillors, any questions? Just councillors, I'm sorry. Councillors, any questions of Professor Hayward? No, if not, thank you very much, Professor, and we'll talk again on this topic, I'm sure. Okay, thank you. The second presentation is by Mr. Callum Clayton Dixon from the Nuwara Aboriginal Corporation. Callum.
Can I look it up?
Beg pardon?
I was included in that too.
Were you? Yeah. Okay, if that's the case, is it you the only speaker?
Co-speaker.
Co-speakers? Okay, you've got a maximum 15 minutes. Over to you.
Yep, the rest of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And is that a microphone or something? Just there. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor O'Connor for acknowledging that you're on Aboriginal land, and thank you to the Armadale Regional Council for the acknowledgement and the pride in being on Aboriginal land. I'm a descendant of the Anawan people, and you're on my ancestral land here, and I thank you for your acknowledgement and respect in all of that. Steve Wooders is my name. I'm descendant of the Anawan and the Kamilaroi people of this area here. But today I'm here in the capacity as chair of the Nuwara Aboriginal Corporation. Nuwara is from the Anawan name meaning peppermint tree and new growth. Nuwara is set up, formerly known as the Anawan Language Revival Group, and was set up for that purpose, to revive and respect the language that has been spoken here by my ancestors to other Aboriginal groups as they come onto this land for many thousands of years. Of course, being in New England, we were one of the first groups to lose our language when colonisation happened, and to lose our culture and to lose our way of life. As an Aboriginal person, we're reviving it. And that's, I didn't know the microphone was there. And that's why we're called the Nuwara Aboriginal Corporation. At the moment, we're looking for office space. We did have some granted to us by Homes North in Faulkner House, but we had to relinquish that because of their move. So we're without office space. We want space to house our resources, to keep our records, to learn and speak our language and share our language with anybody who's interested in learning. Our projects are to not only revive the language and to get it within the local schools and local community groups, but to produce a dictionary as well. At the moment, we're the only registered Aboriginal language revival group in this area, and we're concentrating on Anowin. And I think everybody would agree, as was pointed out in your respect, Councillor O'Connor, and I'm sure that's shared by all councillors and community members too, that it is important to revive a language that has been lost for a long time. We are not government funded. We are funded by public donation, by support, and we are able to pay some rent towards the cost of a room, which we want in the middle of town. We have looked at other avenues, but we want something where it's a central location, accessible to all people, Aboriginal and non, to come there. That's our request. We're following up on an email that was sent to Council earlier this month. We just want to speak in support of that. It's a very important project, one that will not just be for us now, but for generations to come, to embrace. What do I do? Oh, to embrace and enliven the Anowin language, one that must be revived. We in Armadale are as you all know, a very multicultural group. We have many languages being spoken here and many languages being taught, including English as a second language, but we would like to revive the one of the traditional languages of this area. So we're asking Council for your consideration in giving us some suitable space in town. I know there are plenty of empty shops, but we don't have the rent to pay that. We don't have the money to pay for that, the resources, as we are not government funded. But we ask for your due consideration and respect. Thank you. And I'll introduce you to Callum Clayton Dixon, who is the Secretary of Nuwarra and also the author of Surviving New England, the colonial eclipse about the invasion of New England and how the Anowin people, along with other tribes around here, managed to survive. And it is through the sale of his book, which last year won the Premier's Book Award for Local History. It is through the sale of that book that we are able to fund any other projects, as well as the public donations. So I'll leave it there and I'll introduce you to Callum Dixon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, and welcome to the microphone, Callum.
Thank you. Dangana. So my name's Callum Clayton Dixon. Sweet. A board member of Newarra Aboriginal Corporation. Newarra was originally, as Uncle Steve said, the Anowin Language Revival Program, which we established in April 2016 as a community-based and community-driven effort to revitalise the Anowin language. And in January 2020, we became registered as Newarra Aboriginal Corporation with the Office of the Registrar for Indigenous Corporations. We're a non-for-profit organisation. As Uncle Steve mentioned, we rely heavily on donations and bits and pieces of income that comes from doing language classes and courses at local schools especially. A little bit of income from the sale of publications like Surviving New England and Morgan on Gun, another publication we put out in 2018, and various donations and fundraisers and that sort of thing that have been going on since 2016. As Uncle Steve mentioned, we had that space at on Faulkner Street that Homes North generously donated to us for 2 or 3 years, I think it was. But now what we need is a new space that can act as both, headquarters for our organisation, that'll have a meeting space and that sort of thing, but also to be able to act as a community accessible repository and archive for language and historical records that'll be community controlled and community accessible. And also potentially a space, depending on how big it is, for small-scale language workshops. And as we've talked about, the language program, now Newarra Corporation, has grown beyond simply focusing on language revitalisation into other areas of reclamation of culture and identity for Anowin people here in the Armadale, New England area. including reclamation of our history as a people. So I guess, yeah, what we're asking for is a dedicated office space that can act as, I guess we call it an Annawan revival hub. These sorts of places exist in other parts of New South Wales. For instance, there's the Murbai Aboriginal Language and Culture Cooperative down in Nambucca Heads, which acts as a language and cultural revival hub and supports a whole variety of different language communities up and down the coast. Dangari, Gumbenga, Gatang, Bunjalung, I think, as well, and even further south. So I think what we see council's role is, as potentially supporting us to set up a similar sort of space here in Armadale to be a hub for that will support Annawan language revival and the reclamation of our history, culture, traditional practices. I think that's all because Uncle Steve covered most of it. But if anyone's got any questions, this is somewhat of a matter of urgency since we don't have any office space. But yeah, any questions would be great.
I can't imagine that there would be questions. It's pretty straightforward. I'll take a motion. Thank you very much, Callum, for your presentation. I'll take a motion that the council request a report from the General Manager to investigate options for provision of some accommodation to the corporation. Councillor O'Brien and seconded somewhere, Councillor Gallatley. So there you have it. We'll have a report very shortly coming back to council on the matter. All the best.
Thank you very much.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? To the contrary, carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor. We now move to the Have Your Say segment on matters on the business paper today. And the first of 6 speakers today is Professor Tony Sorensen, who's here to talk about item 7.1, the Maker Lab for the library. Now, I'd say to all speakers, you're limited to 5 minutes, please, and keep your eye out on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. It'll tell you how the time's going. So thank you, Tony.
The microphone is on, I guess, yes? Okay, thank you. Well, I speak to you as someone who counts himself as a futurist, and also my field of study, investigation for maybe 40 years has been regional economic development, especially in rural locations. And I'm actually a fellow of the Regional Australia Institute based in Canberra, which focuses on these various themes. My message is, in fact, fairly short. We're now in the 4th industrial revolution, where there's an accelerating range of technologies, many interacting with one another, which will, in the end, I suspect, influence contemporary economic, social, and environmental life very substantially in coming years. Lots of jobs will be lost, while new ones will emerge. Growth sectors in our region will likely include things like education, though not necessarily as we know it, leisure and recreation, green electricity generation and distribution, healthcare, especially for the rising ranks of the elderly. This is a cohort whose life expectancy is expanding greatly. But there will be things like wealth generation and management, smart farming, smart urban living, and so forth. Now, regional Australia is full of dead and dying communities, and I travel widely across the states and come across them just about everywhere. And the 4th industrial revolution will make a lot of these places, put them under pressure substantially. But there are communities, what I call agile communities, that will be able to latch on to these technologies and make best advantage of them, adapting them to local circumstance. And I suspect that already Armadale scores quite well on many of those themes that I've just been talking about. and is in line for potentially greater expansion, which I welcome. And now, I have talked to our mayor entirely about the inclusion of a maker lab in the Armadale Public Library. This was an issue that was actually debated around about 4 or 5 years ago, and council adopted this proposal, and it was incorporated, or space was incorporated in the new library. But since then, absolutely nothing has happened. And I see my task tonight to advocate that something happen as fast as possible. And this is because Maker Labs could, through introducing the community as a whole to new technologies and what they can accomplish, could accelerate the processes of local economic development. I think that these laboratories, as I've seen them in elsewhere, I've actually been to the Maker Lab in Mountain View in California, which is home to Google. I've been to a similar library in Seattle, which is one of the world's leading high-tech centers. And what these libraries do, in effect, is to try and showcase technologies and introduce people to those technologies about what they can accomplish, how they might be used effectively, and so on. And, well, I think that we need to make progress at this point. And I think there's several key questions that we need to address, and our mayor entirely has actually, in the document that I've seen and delivered to members of council, listed a whole lot of issues that need to go to discussion. I would advocate that the general manager obviously is a very important player in this, but I think that community engagement is also necessary, because there's a lot of people in Armadale who've got ideas about imminent technologies, where they're coming from, and the kinds of impacts that they may have. So I think the questions that we've got to respond to are what equipment and technology should be included in a Maker Lab here, both initially and subsequently. And I note that, in fact, different Maker Labs in different places have different combinations of devices available for public inspection and use. By the way, Tamworth down the road has a Maker Lab. And then we need to talk about who can use the equipment, perhaps scheduling different age groups to different times and separating out those with good technological knowledge from those requiring more detailed instruction. And there's a Maker Lab in Chicago that I've read of, which has definite sessions for different age groups and different competences. Then we need to know who should supervise this laboratory, and staff in the library would be obvious people to do the supervision. But what skill sets do they need? And do they need to be full-time staff or part-time staff? Because these labs sometimes are only open, say, after midday, when the patronage is likely to increase. Then,
Tony, I need you to wrap up, Tony. You're
oh
over
yes,
time.
okay. I haven't got very much more to say. How should access to the facility be timetabled? I've already mentioned that. Where might the lab be located? We've got a space in the Armadale Library, but it's possible, for example, that the courthouse, which the council is likely to inherit, could be a space where the lab is located. Should community activists be involved in this? I think very strongly, given their background and knowledge. Then there's possible working with other groups.
I have to stop you because there's several other speakers, in fairness to them, Tony. But before you leave the microphone, I want to, on behalf of my colleagues and the community, thank you most sincerely for your significant contribution in cash to start this, and it's referred to in my mayoral minute. We are very indebted to you, and we'll be using your expertise and that of others to make this happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
The next The next speaker is Mr. Joshua Fittler, who's speaking against item 9.4, which is the special rate variation. Joshua.
Thank you, Mayor Tiley. Hi, my name's Josh Fittler. I'm a stay-at-home father and a startup founder. We are representing members of a growing group with well over 1,000 concerned residents and ratepayers that have formed to give the community of Armadale and Guyra a voice as from what we have observed over time. There seems to be an element in our council that continue to disregard the majority of the community. We have strong evidence of this in the recent consultation process regarding the SRV. To begin with, there is little relationship between the data and how the author of the report has portrayed the results. The overwhelming majority of written responses were in fact in favour of option 3, discontinuation of the current SRV at 47%, almost half of all respondents. It far exceeded the number of submissions to maintain the current SRV at 21%, and dwarfs the 9% seeking to increase rates by the maximum amount. The community has clearly spoken. There remains the issue of the 23% remaining responses, which were difficult to categorise. Their value cannot be assumed and therefore cannot be included in the count. The telephone survey was carried out with a clear bias towards council option 1, and the potential to influence respondents undeniable. We were also disappointed to see that the survey did not include a question and therefore clear results on the number of respondents in favour and opposed to option 3. Of our members, only 6 individuals, when asked, indicated they had been involved in the survey. One respondent, whom chose option 2, was satisfied with the survey. The other 5, whom wanted the SRV removed, were quite dissatisfied with how the survey was conducted. Responses ranging from surveyors discontinuing the survey when asked critical questions, to discontinuing the survey because the respondents were too old. That's right, too old. Some replied that the survey was so lengthy and wordy that respondents were not sure what questions they actually were answering. The likely cause that number 5 in the scale graph had such a disproportionate number of responses, because people were so unsure, they were unwilling to answer either way. We would like to know how respondents were asked about the various options in the telephone survey. From the comments of our surveyed members, it is impossible to rule out bias in the delivery of the survey. I encourage our councillors not to be misled by the way in which the telephone survey was carried out and stick to the evidence clearly provided. The majority of the ARC community do not want an SRV. The negative impact that moving on such a poorly presented argument, swaying the councillors, would send a very clear message to ARC community that things have not changed and that transparency is still left wanting. I attended 2 community consultation sessions, both in Armadale. I agree with the findings that the majority of attendees to these events were in favour of option 3. To this point, the council has focused on its own need for revenue, but has neglected to acknowledge the impact upon the community of the current level of rates. The agenda makes mention that Morrison and Lowe Consultants performed a review of Armadale's capacity to pay. The report stated that although Armadale has greater levels of wealth than regional New South Wales, it also has greater wealth inequality than regional New South Wales. This, put simply, means that Armadale has a larger gap between rich and poor than regional New South Wales. This report was conducted prior to the closing of Big W and the call for voluntary redundancies at UNE, Armadale's largest employer. In the case that rates are increased, Allowances need to be made to ensure poorer homeowners and poorer renters do not become more disadvantaged. Landlords and long-term renters will remember 7 years ago when the SRV of 10% came into effect. Over about 6 months, rents increased by 13%. Much of the rental market in Armadale is owned by non-local investors. When rates rise, investors increase the rent, taking valuable funds out of our region.
You need to wrap up, Mr. Fittler, please. Your time's up. You need to wrap up.
No worries. I can actually pull up there if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Fittler. I now call upon Mr. Fittler, Leo Fittler, next speaker. Thank you. On the same topic.
Hi, I'm Leo Fittler. I'm a farmer and local business person in Armadale. Thanks for the time for listening to us. Much of the rental market in Armadale is owned, Josh has covered that. I'll keep going. Yep, it's okay. Much of the rental market in Armadale is owned by non-local investors. When rates rise, investors increase the rent, taking valuable funds out of our region, or sell up and invest elsewhere, weakening real estate prices, but more importantly, reducing the size of the rental market, until which time that rental yield increases and the sell-off stops. Real estate prices in Armadale region are a good indicator of economic growth and have gone up little in the last 7 years. It was stated in the agenda that option 1 SRV would only increase costs to each ratepayer by approximately $2.50 per week. However, this statement failed to include the extra fees and charges that have already been recently added to our rate bills, which equate to approximately $15 per week. It further fails to acknowledge the substantial rates that we already pay, approximately $70 per week. The rate peg alone is outgrowing real estate growth in the region. Over the last 10 years, the rate peg has increased by 2.5% per annum, where real estate values over the same period have increased by less than 2%. The rates are already an unacceptable burden upon our community. Every dollar that is paid in rates is money that cannot be directly circulated into our local businesses. Our local farmers have led the way, bringing state and federal funding back into our community through applying for drought subsidies and bushfire-related assistance. It's not easy completing the complicated and lengthy paperwork, particularly after spending long hours feeding stock and battling to source fodder. Our community pays its fair share of taxes, so our ARC need to pull its weight and bring these funds back into our community. Why have so many people opted for a reduction in rates? We think there are 2 reasons. We currently are experiencing the biggest economic downturn in 70 years. Drought, bushfire and the pandemic have reduced the region's revenue by an estimated 20%. And, unfortunately, the council has a poor record for responsibly managing our rates. As councillors, you now have the opportunity to restore the community's faith by representing the community and choosing option 3. Then need to open consultations with residents on what areas they would accept to reduce rates and what areas they think that we can improve our overall income for the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fittler. The next speaker is Mr. Eric North, who's speaking against item 9.7, the future of the proposed Australian Transport Museum. Mr. North.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greetings, people. I have to confess I'm right outside my comfort zone here. I'd just like to reiterate what I had already written to councillors and give you some background on this issue. The ADM company was set up in 2008 by Armadale Regional Council. Council had the Constitution, initial business case and feasibility study prepared, and they also collected the initial $500 from each of the foundation members. The company is a company limited by guarantee with 3 classes of shares. One class of those shares is owned by council. Under the Constitution, council can appoint 2 directors to the board. Initially, it was proposed that the museum be built on land donated by the Hardman family on North Hill. Council even purchased the land for access to that property. However, later, ARC approached the museum to establish the museum at the airport business park, as they wanted it to be a tourist hub in conjunction with attractions such as sombrers and warbirds. The lot alongside the service centre was chosen by council as it would be beneficial to the service centre operators and to the museum. There are a couple of points Mr McDonald makes which I would like to dispute. Firstly, point 5.1, corporate risk. An elected councillor is a board member of the ATM. That's incorrect. At this time, council has not appointed any directors to the board. Councillor Andrew Murat was a member of the board. He was appointed by one of the other directors and not a director appointed by council. However, he resigned from this position on the 8th of March 2020. He is not a member of the council of the museum either. The ATM's registered office is 135 Rusden Street, potentially exposing council to financial risk if the ATM incurs unfunded liabilities. Council's registered office with ASIC, remember we do not now report to ASIC. Government changed the rules on that some years ago, and all non-for-profit organisations now report to the ACNC. So the information that Mr McDonald had is historic information and no longer credible. So the council has no incremental financial risk because it's because it is a shareholder in the limited guarantee company. In conclusion, I would like to recommend the attached business case be addresses Mr McDonald's concerns. The key issues to be considered by council are material risks identified in the review of the business case, including the reliance on at least 6,000 visitors a year, capacity to staff and the facility using volunteers in perpetuity, ongoing travel disruptions, sustainability of the organisation. The business plan and the review emphasise that 6,000 visitations a year is a very conservative estimate, and we feel the proposed location, 15,000 visitors a year, is a much more likely scenario. The REM plan attachments to the business case predicts that the benefits to the Armadale tourism sector to be in the vicinity of $2.7 million per year. As far as volunteers are concerned, we would operate on a similar sort of basis to Council's tourist office, which seems to work quite successfully. The comment ongoing travel disruptions with no explanations, I cannot see at all. I would urge councillors to vote this motion down and continue with working with the Transport Museum to establish a world-class museum and tourist attraction to the area, something I believe that Armadale badly needs. If anyone has any questions, I'd be quite happy to answer them.
There's no questions, I'm sorry, Mr North, but thank you for your presentation, and the matter will be considered later in the afternoon. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr John Atchison, who's speaking against item 9.13, the Armadale Airside Business Park street naming. Thank you, John.
Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to speak against the proposal to name 2 of the roads within the airport business park, Momentum Drive and Aviation Avenue, and I'd also like to speak against the recommendation at the moment on the business paper in regard to Sombrers Road. First of all, in relation to Momentum Drive and Aviation Avenue, These two names could apply to any airport anywhere in Australia or indeed within the English-speaking world. There's nothing characteristic about Armadale in such names. And this is something that needs to be highlighted for regional and cultural tourism, a feature with potential to complement local and regional economies substantially. The policy of the Geographical Names Board in New South Wales, indeed since 1829 with Surveyor General Thomas Mitchell giving his instructions to surveyors, is that they use local names wherever achievable and that these names be given top priority. This has been the policy of the Geographical Names Board and indeed of the Committee for Geographical Names within Australia in regard to rural postal addressing, a breakthrough system of service and goods delivery which was achieved by Deputy Surveyor General Paul Kelly in the late 1980s, and it is seen most strikingly with the Rural Fire Service standardised signs, Waterfall and Thunderbolt's Ways. So that's essentially the nub of what I'm objecting to in relation to Momentum Drive and Aviation Avenue. Also, it is most important that the airside business park use community acceptable names, names that are well regarded and well accepted within the Armadale community. If names are imposed from above, the danger is, and this has been seen consistently with the delivery of emergency services, that the whole system breaks down. I chaired the Commonwealth States Committee on Geographical Names between 1987 and 1984 when Paul Kelly introduced the current rural addressing scheme, and that was based to a large extent on the experience of emergency services being unable to find victims in, say, the hinterland behind Maruya. They'd waste an hour of a heart attack victim's precious time in trying to locate him because the computer in the ambulance service operated on official names and all the locals they're trying to deal with operated on locally accepted names. You've got to have a harmonisation between the two. This is most important to the delivery of goods and services and for emergency services. In regard to Somers Road, all I'm wanting to do there when speaking against the current motion is to stress that I think we need further discussion between the Armadale Regional Council and especially with Anya Stride and David Burden from the New South Wales National Trust. We've all been frustrated by the incredible delays with the implementation of the Sustainable Somers Homestead Tourism Project, and probably me more than most have been frustrated now that Les is no longer on the scene as the property manager. I would like to discuss with Armadale Regional Council the need to assert local leadership over this project and to leave the Sydney side of it to deal with the Heritage Office in terms of Section 57 and Section 60 grants. In short, I think Armadale's got a unique opportunity here through tourism hub at the airport, and which is also mentioned in the master plan, to exploit the huge potential of regional and cultural tourism in Armadale, something we've scarcely scratched the surface of at this stage. I'd be prepared to argue that 80% of the people travelling up and down the New England Highway have no idea of the gorge system that marks the end of the eastern side of the escarpment. I think we need a series of virtual reality trails involving the city and district, and this is where the tourism hub at the airport involving Somers has great potential. I think we need a series of digital posts like Newcastle has to explain so much about the town with its unique characteristics. And I think we need to build on our wealth of museums with new technologies. And if you want a good example of what can be achieved here, the Golgong Holterman Museum, which was opened at the end of 2019, is a superb example. So basically, that's the point I'm wanting to make.
Thank you, and right on time, Mr. Atchison. Thank you. Our final speaker is Mr. Rob Richardson, who's speaking against item 9.4, the special rate variation. Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor Tiley. Mr. Mayor, councillors, Mr. Ronkin, Mr. Rayner, senior staff, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, can I extend a welcome to you, Mr. Ronkin. The Armadale Regional Ratepayers Association, who I will call ARA, for convenience, welcome return of stability to Armadale Regional Council after the destructive events that took place up until 12 June last year, when all councillors were suspended and 6 months of interim administration commenced. We found interim administrator Viv May to be approachable and largely credit him with getting things back on track, helping to enable 7 councillors to return in December last year. At an extraordinary meeting on 29 July 2020, a recommendation was made for a substantial increase in the water rates for Armadale and Guyra. At this same meeting, a decision was also made that Council commence investigation and an analysis of options for a special rate variation, with the purpose of considering an application for a special rate variation effective 1 July 2021, with a minimum outcome being retention of funding provided by the current temporary special rate variation. At the ordinary meeting on 28 October, 3 SRV options were presented to the public, which you would all be very familiar with. Councillors, the recommendation item 9.4 before you is to make application to the New South Wales Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal for option 1, being a permanent special rate variation of 18.5 plus 2% rate peg, total 20.5%, commencing 2021-22. The background report states that, among other things, justification for going for the top rate seems to be that Council has faced some significant financial challenges since merger. However, it goes on to say that the net working capital and reserves position has since improved through a focus on minimising budget deficits and closely managing expenditure. It also says that a risk of not adopting an SRV, it doesn't state either or here, would mean that service levels would drop almost immediately, and this would result in issues becoming prevalent in areas such as the condition of the road network. This is why ARA, in our submission dated 20 November 2020, supports option 2, 8.5% plus 2% rate peg, an option which, as your report states, will maintain current services. Some results from this consultation and communication are that 57% of residents support retaining the existing 8.5% SRV, with 31% opposed and 12% unsure. 28% of Armadale residents, 26% from the former Guyra Shire, supported the additional 10% SRV, with opposition of 63% and 69% respectively. Surely these percentages represent a strong desire by the communities to support option 2, or effectively the status quo. If the results from this community consultation aren't listened to, what was the point of conducting it? Interestingly, option 3, no SRV, seems to have been essentially ruled out. However, could not the many who opposed options 1 and 2 actually be in favour of option 3? I believe that the protesters outside have adopted option 3 as their preference. These are difficult times. We seem to be slowly recovering from drought. However, COVID-19 has impacted on all our lives in a mostly negative way. We want to attract more people to our region, so this isn't the time for yet another rate increase. If you vote for option 1, you'll be sending a negative message to the community and those wishing to relocate to our region. Conversely, and to quote from the report, option 2 would result in all categories of ratepayers being subject to only 2% rate peg increase, due to the minimal impact on ratepayers and that many residents do not want a decrease in services. Option 2 received a higher level of support than option 1 from the community through the process for written submissions, and it also received majority support from the phone survey responses. In his final minute on 9 December 2020, Mr May states, "I've read a number of the submissions and heard first-hand the views of many people, and in my view the status quo should remain, as the council needs to get its own house in order." In the Armadale Express on December 2, 2020, the then suspended and now current Councillor Peter Bailey is quoted as saying, "Armadale Regional Council can't keep going to the ratepayers every time it has a revenue shortfall." And in the Armadale Express on January 20 this year, Councillor Deborah O'Brien states the importance of council fighting for fair rates. ARA appreciate the views
Mr.
of
Richardson,
these
your
two
time's up.
councillors.
Can you wrap up, please?
Just about
Yep.
finished. appreciate the views of these two councillors, and I believe others among you share them. So we strongly urge you to change recommendation 9.4 to option 2, special rate variation of 8.5% plus 2% rate peg, total 10.5%, commencing in 2021-22. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. We now move to item 6 on the business paper, the confirmation of minutes. In relation to the minutes of the 9th of December meeting, we had not been returned, so we can't adopt them. I'll take a motion to note the 9th of December minutes, Councillor Morat and Councillor Robinson. No opposition, put that, all those in favour, to the contrary, carried. The extraordinary council meeting 14th of December and the extraordinary council meeting 22nd of December. A motion to adopt, Councillor Morat, Councillor Galatly, seconding. Any opposition? All those in favour, to the contrary, carried. We move to the 7th section, the mayoral minutes.
Can I please put in a requisite to move the items 7.1, 9.4, 9.7 and 9.3 to the front of this, so that we can get the people up the back not waiting here.
I'd rather you didn't, because I'm going to call the business paper and we might move through it quite quickly. But if that's not the case, you've got a fair few numbers there. Just bear with me for a short while, if you don't mind.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 7.1, the Maker Lab at the library, which is on page number 5 and onwards. There's a 6-part recommendation which I move. Are there any? There's no need for a seconder for mayoral minutes. Are there questions or is there opposition? Mr. Councillor Bailey.
My only question is, what is the anticipated cost of providing the supervision? If we're asking the library staff to supervise the Makers Lab, have we budgeted an amount, or what's the proposal?
That's the intent of Part F, which I was asked to add to the minute by the Financial Controller. So those matters will be explored under the adoption of Part F. Okay. Anything else? If not, I'll put the motion in 6 parts. All those in favour? To the contrary? Carried. Item 7.2, the write-off of balance of long-term water account, Armadale Rams Rugby League Club. I have been requested to provide an addendum to the report, which I'm going to read to you. I thank the General Manager for having staff draft this addendum requested by the Financial Controller, and the addendum I wish to be recorded in the supplementary reports so that we have the full record in the council minutes. And the addendum reads, Council has previously been approached by the Rams Rugby League Club to have consideration of a reduction of the water debt, and this was considered by Council at a meeting in March 2018. The club put forward a range of reasons in support of their submission. Council did not agree to write off any debt at that time, but resolved to allow the club to pay off the amount outstanding over 4 years with no interest penalty. A reason for this is that a number of reasons put forward by the club were investigated by council officers but found to have no basis. This was detailed in the confidential report considered by council in March 2018. The club has maintained the presence of a water leak as being responsible for higher water usage, but this was not able to be verified from their water usage patterns. Council officers have requested that the club supply evidence of the water leak after meeting them in March 2019 on this matter, but no response has been received to this request. Council has provided support to the club by way of waiving interest on the water debt and allowing the club additional time to make payments beyond what would normally be accepted. In addition, Council waived DA fees 25th of November in the amount of $6,730.86 to assist the club in their plans to develop the land. That's the addendum. Having read that to you and having that on the public record, I move the recommendation in 2 parts on page 7. Are there any questions or is there any opposition?
I'd just like to ask a question or make a comment, which was basically in relation to the table at the bottom of the article, which I interpret as saying that the water fund, we expect a total forecast revenue of 8.1 million, that the total revenue to date is 3.376.5 million, though it doesn't actually say to when that revenue is being collected, and that the current revenue is now going to be 8.1 million less $25,925. And my only reason for stating this is that it's not 100% clear to lay people when they read the information that's what it means, and if I'm wrong, then I'd like people to say so.
I'd ask all councillors, please, to keep your questions nice and brief, not a speech, they're questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, councillor. Can the Director of Organisational and Corporate Services answer that question, or the CFO, the Chief Finance Officer?
Mr. Mayor, it's 2 billing periods.
2 billing periods is the answer. That's been put. 2 quarters.
Quarters.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Councillor Bailey.
In light of our the shackles of the plan that's been presented to us by the state government, where we have to live within a responsible financial means and to defer to Mr. Rayner when we err, I have a fundamental problem that we're going to write off $26,000. It's a hell of a lot of money to be writing off. We always seem to be in a situation where it's either one thing or the other. I can't understand why, if we are trying to help them, we can't write off 50% of the debt, and then they pay back the balance. And I just don't think it's a good look that this organisation has struggled, and I can remember having discussions with Councillor Galatly, who had been president of the Rams, I think, a number of years ago, that they've always struggled financially. And I actually had a discussion, I think, with you, that maybe it was time that council took over the Oval, and we ran it, and they just had rights to use the Oval. So that, to me, is another alternative. But I just have a fundamental problem that at a time where we're asking everybody to pull their belts in, we're going to write off $26,000.
Thank you. Is there a speaker for? Councillor O'Brien?
I'll go on yours as Green Tea listed.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Well, just in answering, putting Peter Bailey's thing to rest, is it a good idea that we take over this infrastructure and it be a ball and chain around our legs instead of the rugby league fellas? Yes, I 10 years ago I was involved in the club, and it will keep the kids off the street if we can keep this club going. Yes, it probably would be a lot better off for the Rams if the council was running it. It wouldn't cost them the amount of money to maintain it that it has, and we would be able to get grants and improve it. But I think it's very contradictory what Councillor Bailey said there. It didn't make a lot of sense to me, but thank you.
Thank you. Are there other speakers? Anyone against? Wish to speak for, Councillor?
Yes, I'd like to support this motion. This is, finances, first of all, it wasn't their fault if there's a leak. So that it's just a fairness issue. The other one is this is a very important social and cultural group to Armadale. It also brings in a lot of tourism. There are other ways that the finances are paid back in that way. And I wouldn't like to see people saddled with such a huge debt who are already struggling and also contribute so much to the social and cultural and tourist part of this town. They could actually struggle to exist if we don't write this off. And considering it wasn't their fault, I don't know how we can have, if there's any other choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No other speakers? I won't exercise the right of reply. I'll rely upon the information I've provided in the mayoral minute. So I'll put that minute in 2 parts. On page 7, all those in favour? Against? It's carried 6 votes to 1. Item 7.3, the Hydrotherapy Centre for Armadale Region. The 3-part recommendation is designed to get this matter back on the table, and the essential part is to, under Part B, to try and get some money from the state government to do specific studies in relation to those 5 dot points. And I'm meeting with our local member tomorrow, and we'll be discussing this matter if it's adopted. So I move the motion.
Sorry, could I ask a question?
Sure. I was about to ask whether the questions or opposition. So question.
It's just my question is.
But take the mic closer to you.
Oh, sorry, I would like to have clarified for my own benefit, but also and my colleagues, but also for the community. What is the current position of? I don't want you to answer it, but Hunter New England Health, and is there parity here in Armadale in relation to the provision of this essential community service by the Department of Health, state government, under Hunter New England Health, with other regions, and other areas and other health networks within New South Wales? It's just not clear to me why.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. General Manager. Is someone able to answer that question?
Mr. Mayor, I may have to call on Mr. McDonald.
The only thing I can put in there is in the drought, I think it was about first half of last year, New South Wales Health came to us and said they wanted to discontinue the operation. They said they had leaks there. They were losing, I think it was 5,000 litres a day, and in the times of water restrictions, they would close it. And I think they did use that as a pretext for closing things. I'm not aware how we might stand with Tamworth or Glen Innes or other places.
Thank you.
Could I make the answer to that question, or the request for an answer to that question?
How about we put it on notice and we get an answer to everybody?
Yeah, as a matter arising from this.
Yeah, matter arising. Thank you. Anyone? Councillor Robinson, I'm asking for questions or speakers against.
No, I'm just wanted to ask a question about the grant money that's been allocated to that and whether we might have to give any of it back.
Lucky me. The federal government was contacted and asked if those funds could be repurposed for another project. They wrote back to us and said that was not possible. So I believe both state and federal grant bodies are waiting for our next step, basically. We have a motion on the books, obviously, from council from last year saying there'd be no further action, but I think the state and federal bodies will be looking for clarity.
I forgot to mention at the outset, and this is from Councillor Bailey, under item C, representations to state government and also the federal rep Barnaby Joyce. So we go to both state and federal to try and find some funding. Anything else from anybody? Councillor Bailey?
Seem to be monopolising today. Firstly, Tamworth do have a hydrotherapy pool on the hospital grounds, fully funded, fully built by Hunter New England Health, and it has 60,000 people a year that use it. It has 2 full-time staff and is basically staffed by volunteers. So it isn't an argument of equity. Tamworth can have a fully funded one by Hunter New England Health. We're 120 kilometres up the road. We've got communities of Inverell, Glen Innes and Tenterfield and Uralla and Walker who all used to use the old pool. So why won't they give us funding to provide the same service? The second point that I would make is that we will do unbelievable reputational damage if we start handing back grants. I understand the reasons behind it, but I'm aware that both the state and federal government will not look kindly on us handing back grants, and it could impede our future to access grants because they have little faith in our ability to manage our finances and grants. And the final point I would like to make is that I've asked for, and I think I still haven't received it, I'd like to see a balance sheet for the Moncton Centre to see what income the Moncton Centre is producing, what expenses the Moncton Centre is costing, what the deficit is, and then I'd like to see the expressions of interest one you saw late this afternoon. It was difficult to read them whilst I was working. So to understand what could be a possibility of outsourcing the Moncton Centre, and it may be even the Guyra Centre. As I've explained to the Mayor and to the General Manager, the Nambucca Council outsourced the hydrotherapy pool and the Olympic pool at Maxville, and they saved nearly $400,000 doing it. That's a lot of money that we can have a look at. So I'd like to see a balance sheet, and the final point I'd like to see is that whether it's the ED committee or one of the committees gets involved in the process. I'm not convinced that the outside consultant, the consultant that wrote the present hydrotherapy pool report, it has more holes in it than you would ever believe. To talk about what site are we going to choose, we'd already agreed that we'd put it on the side of the Moncton Centre and there would be a car park next to it. So there are lots of things that have already been covered, but because we've lost so much momentum with loss of staff, I think it would be unfortunate. So that's why I want to see some questions answered and some figures provided. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there other speakers? If not, I'd simply say in response that the whole intent of this report was to get the matter back up on the table so that we could make representations in a scenario where the administrator, the interim administrator, had said no go, no money. So confronted with that, it's really important that we make renewed representations to our parliamentary representatives and that we undertake the study as proposed under item B. I put the motion on page 10 of your business paper. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 7.4, the Armadale Regional Council Financial Protocols. These protocols apply not just to councillors but also to our staff, and I put this Mayor Minute up so that it could be widely distributed in the community so that people would all have on the public record the protocols that we must comply with under the Performance Improvement Order. Are there any questions? There can't be any opposition. Councillor O'Connor?
Look, it's not a question. What I would like to say, and for public notice, is that I regard these protocols as something I welcome them. I think that this is going to provide us with what the community has been asking for, which is, responsible boundaries, I guess, around expenditure, council's expenditure, and I appreciate them, and I think that, whilst it may turn out to be tough, it's going to be, at least we now have a framework upon which transparency can be delivered in relation to expenditure, and many of these represent enormous improvements that will be long-term and will very much assist the future sustainability of this council. So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure we'd all agree with those sentiments. Is anyone else? If not, I'll put the recommendation on page 13. All those in favour? Carry against? That's carried. 7.5, I'm pleased that our Vice-Chancellor is still here. The minute regarding the New England Science and Innovation Regional Hub. I move the recommendation. Are there any questions? There's a question. No opposition. Question?
My question is there any formal arrangements in place in relation to the partnerships? The third last paragraph, the NESIRH will be delivered through an innovative partnership across government, industry, the community and the university. I'm just wondering if the ambit and the procedure for exercising those partnership relationships has been set out in an objective manner.
Thank you. Yes, the Vice-Chancellor referred to that in some detail today, and we can explore that obviously with her and with the university in the future. The intent of the recommendation today is to provide in-kind letters of support. We're all in this together. That's all I'm trying to do today. Okay. Anybody else? If not, I'll put the recommendation on page 18. All those in favour? To the contrary, it's carried. Item 7.6, the Creeklands Master Plan Stage 1 implementation. This is another matter that I wanted to get back up on the table. The $14.5 million Creeklands Master Plan is adopted, but we have no money, of course. So I move the recommendation, which goes to trying to get some financial support to review the 2004 ERM report, and obviously the matter of soil testing is important. Are there questions? Councillor Robinson.
Well, I did have a question or a comment or a possible amendment to 7.6b, which was just to continually meet to continue project momentum, comma, and then provides the working group with copies of all the submissions received on the Creeklands. And this was just to make sure that the working group has all the information required to do its job. I assume it would happen as a matter of course.
I take your amendment on board and accept it. Okay. Right, thank you. So we just need to make sure that our stenographer has it. So after the word momentum, you add the words
provides the working group with copies of all submissions received on the Creeklands.
Provide the working group with all the
copies of all the
submissions
received on the Creeklands.
Okay. I don't think that creates any problems anyway, does it? Okay. Is there any other comments? Any opposition? I put therefore the minute on page 20. All those in favour? To the contrary, it's carried. Item 7.7, retiree tours to the Armadale and region. This is the suggestion from Councillor Morat. I'll move the recommendation and invite him to speak to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a suggestion that came from a member of the community, Bob Ryan. Retirees have the ability to travel anywhere in New South Wales relatively cheaply. I think they can get up to 4 free trips a year. Trying to get people out into regional areas to boost our tourism and industry such as hotels, motels, that sort of stuff is difficult. These people have cheap access to get here. If council can facilitate, not be involved in it, local businesses to tap into this service through retiree groups in the Sydney and Newcastle area to get people to use their free train travel to Armadale or other regional areas. They could be picked up, for example, at the railway station by Edwards coaches and taken to things such as the Natural History Museum, the University, Bullamimba, Somers, Transport Museum, Aboriginal Keeping Place, all the natural areas around town. They will spend money in our town, bring them up for 2 or 3 day trips. It's something that I think could work not just for Armadale but for other regional areas in New South Wales, and I think a bit of tapping on the shoulder of our local member might facilitate some funding to implement that, and then work with local businesses to develop that concept. And not much to do with council, but we need to facilitate something like this that could put quite a few $100,000 a year into the local economy.
Thank you for those comments and for the suggestion, Councillor. Anybody else want to say anything on this? Councillor O'Brien?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that one of the very few positive aspects of this whole coronavirus and border instability is that there has been an enormous increase of regional tourism. And I actually think this would be a goer because just having a business in the middle of the town, I've noticed that there's a great deal more tourism from this region and even the coast of this region. So it is something I think that we could take advantage of.
Thank you. Can I put the motion? All those in favour? To the contrary, carried. Now, councillors, I'm going to call the business paper in sections. If nobody says yes quite loudly so I can hear you, if I hear no yeses, at the end of the section I'm going to take a motion to adopt all those not called in one motion. That's what the intent of this is, so we can focus our debate on the important issues. So, It's section 8, 8.1, draft privacy management plan. 8.2. 8.2 is called by Councillor Robinson. Only needs one to have it discussed. 8.3, draft fraud and corruption prevention policy. I hope someone on staff's writing all this down because I'm not. 2 was called, wasn't it? You've got it, have you? Okay. 3 wasn't called. 8.4, business ethics policy. 8.5, code of Councillor Robinson, code of conduct review and procedure. 8.6, legislation compliance policy. 8.7, public interest disclosures, internal reporting policy. 8.8, reviewed Councillor Robinson. 8.8. 8.9, tabling of disclosure of pecuniary interest. And 8.10, code of meeting practice amendments. Councillor Robinson. So the items not called, Mr General Manager, are...
Mr Mayor, 8.1, 8.3, 8.4, 8.6 and 8.7 and 8.9.
Come again, 8.1, 3,
4, 6, 7, 9.
9. We didn't do very well there, but anyway, we'll take a motion to adopt by agreement items 8.2, 8.5 and 8.8 and 8.10. Yes, Councillor O'Connor, and seconded by, looks like Councillor Robinson. All those in favour? To the contrary, carried. Going to 8.1, the draft privacy management plan on... Sorry, yeah, okay. I'll have to get my act together. 8.2, the GIPA Act annual report. I propose with each of these items that are called that the responsible senior officer will briefly introduce the report, and then I'll take brief questions and then we'll move into debate. So the Director of Organisational and Corporate Services has responsibility for 8.2. Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you. The purpose of this report is to provide Council with a copy of the annual GIPA report. So it is tabled before we submit it to the Information and Privacy Commissioner. In summary, there were a total of 7 applications under the GIPA Act, all of which were decided within statutory timeframes, and of which we refused one and we partly refused another one, which means that we gave access in total to 5 and partial access to 1.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, well, I did have a question before we adopt this report, because my understanding was that 2 applications were wholly refused, in the sense that the applicants, neither of the applicants got any of the information they didn't have already, and that one of those applications was subject to a review by the Information Commissioner, which doesn't appear to be in the report.
I'm not actually aware of that. So going through the files that we have, this is the information that I have available, and we did refuse one, and there was one that came in that wasn't completed, in the sense that the application wasn't signed and it wasn't paid for. So that was one of the ones that was actually, no information was provided, but it wasn't refused in a sense, as it was an incomplete application. So without having the details or specifics, I'm unable to respond to individual cases.
I'm actually referring to the one which was reviewed by the Information Commissioner, and then after the Information Commissioner reviewed it, Council was requested to review its information, but no additional information was provided. So in effect it was refused.
I'm going to have to take that as a question on notice so I can look into it for you.
I think that's wise.
Thank you.
Question on notice, Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I have 2 questions in relation to this. I have the same concern as Councillor Robinson in relation to that refused GIPA application, which was highly controversial and remains so. The other one is, do we have currently in Council, perhaps this is a question on notice, any GIPA trained staff? You know, And the other question is, when will our annual report, which is, I understand, is the annual report that was due in December last year, is that out yet?
In regards to trained staff, I'm going to have to take that question on notice so I can review training records. In relation to the annual report, that is available and it's up on the website and it was up within the statutory timeframes.
I think we're ready to have a motion. On page 24, the officer's recommendations in two parts. Someone prepared to move that? I'll move it from the chair. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there further? Is there a need to speak to this? For or against? Which way are you?
Well, I'd like to
I just
suggest,
need to know you're for or against.
Well, I'd like to suggest deferring it until we've got the answer
Well,
to the
you
question
move
and
that
notice.
way.
Yeah.
You're moving an
Okay,
amendment to defer.
I'll move that we defer it until we have the answer to the question and notice.
Okay.
If that's acceptable, and looks as if Councillor
Excuse
Connor is
me,
doing that.
you've moved it. Okay, your amendment. Is there a seconder for the amendment? It's seconded. Okay, I move the officer's recommendation. I think it's very straightforward. I think the questions on notice can be satisfied without the need to delay the adoption of this report. That's my view. Opposition? A seconder want to speak forward? No? Opposition? If not, I'll put the motion as printed on page 24. All those in favour?
With respect, Mr Mayor, if Councillor Robinson has moved a motion different,
yeah.
do we not have to deal with that?
She proposed, I'm terribly sorry, yes, I've got to get myself into gear here. She moved an amendment, and you seconded the amendment. I offer you the right to speak to the amendment if you so wish.
No, I'm happy it's all self-explanatory.
Thank you. So therefore, we still have the amendment on the floor, yes. Okay. I think we're ready to vote probably, are we? Yes? Okay. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? 3. Those against? 4. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Carried 4 votes to 3. Moving to item 8.5, the Code of Conduct Review and Procedure. Again, the Director to introduce the report, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The purpose of this report is to present the status of the Code of Conduct reviews undertaken within the most recent reporting period, which was the 12 months to the end of September 2020, and also to outline the procedures to be followed when responding to conduct reviews.
Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Robinson. I'm sorry, I got the wrong way around. It should be Councillor O'Connor.
Got the same question, but I'll just have a shot. There's a statement in that report that says that codes of conduct that relate to people who have departed, I think, or left council are redundant. I'd like to challenge that for the reasons of public interest. But my question is, on what basis was that statement made in the report? Is that a legislative assertion, or is that just a matter of opinion by the author of the report?
That statement was made on the basis of advice received from the Office of Local Government in relation to the issue.
Right, so my next question then is, can councillors be apprised of that advice?
I can certainly provide. It was received verbally, but I can certainly provide more detail on that.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, I mean, while you're doing that, perhaps you could also ask the Office of Local Government, because we know that Code of Conduct complaints can take some time to resolve. For example, therefore, if
Your question, Councillor?
Yeah, let me get to it.
It's not a speech, it's a question, please.
Yeah, so for example, if I didn't intend to stand for the next election, does that mean that the Code of Conduct is completely irrelevant to me from, say, 2 or 3 months hence, because I'll never be able to get chastised or talked about because of anything, because by the time you've a resolution or a finding has been come about, I'll have left, and therefore it's no longer relevant.
I'm happy to seek information on that advice. I guess the thing to be aware of there is there are a number of mechanisms for the investigation that don't always require referral to an external body.
Thank you.
Just one
question, yeah.
Mayor Tiley, would you be able to tell us the advice regarding the dealing with codes of conducts behind, like not in open council or in open council, what the information is about that, the advice around that? When is it in open, when is it not, when does it come to open?
I can answer that question. Section 10, capital A, in brackets 2, in brackets I of the Local Government Act provide that it must be held in confidential. It's the law.
It's a law. Does it eventually be an open council, or only when it's...
Obviously, the decision of the council in closed council comes to open council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for a mover of the motion on the recommendation on page 30. Is there a mover? Again, I'll move it from the chair. Is there a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Gallatley. I don't intend to speak to this. Do you wish to speak? Is there an opponent? Opposition, I should say.
Reluctantly, there is. I'm very concerned about this. I think that codes of conduct are increasingly being used for purposes for which they were probably not designed, and I think that the report of the number of codes of conduct and the cost, which is, I think, I can't remember, I wrote it down, but it's an enormous cost that's been expended in the past, not wanting to dredge up the past too much, but I think there's a community interest in knowing that serious matters that cost the general fund a lot of money have been properly dealt with and not just disposed of or forgotten or put in the trash can because the person has departed or one person involved has departed. These are really expensive and important matters to do with governance, which has been identified by the administrator, Mr. Viv May, as being sadly lacking and something that really it's a project for the reinstated council to get on top of. And I don't support, I just can't support this at the moment until we've got answers to those questions.
Thank you. Is the Speaker for the motion? Speaker against? I don't intend to exercise a right of reply. I'll put the recommendation in two parts on page 30. All those in favour? For, against? I think we have 3 against. I declare that carried. The next item called is number 8.8, which is the reviewed Community Strategic Plan Delivery Program and Resourcing Strategy. And again, the Director, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to seek adoption of the Review Community Strategic Plan Delivery Program and Resourcing Strategies. The documents were reviewed for 3 reasons. The first is to align with legislative timelines for the integrated planning and reporting, which were changed as a result of the change to the council election dates. To adopt previously exhibited delivery program changes that were exhibited in mid-2020 and to meet the requirements of council's special rate variation application to IPART.
Back to me. So, I think Councillor Robinson, you might have had a question on this.
Yeah, my only question, I mean, I have got several suggestions, but I'll just put them into the councillor direct thing to speed up the process of the meeting, though they are interesting suggestions. But I just wanted to ask how, in view of the fact that there were no submissions received, how was this consultation publicised? Because I certainly had just happened to come across it on the website after the consultation period had finished, and maybe I think a few people would have liked to have been consulted or at least contributed to the consultation if they'd known about it.
The process was as per our regular public exhibition process, so it was obviously tabled at a council meeting, it went on the website, and anyone registered on our Have Your Say website received notification. So that's the standard process we use for public exhibition documents. In addition, in regard to the three specific areas, there were key stakeholders. So, for example, the special rate variation application to IPART included consultation with people working on that submission and with IPART. And obviously, in regard to changes to legislative timeframes, it was in relation to OLG timeframes.
Okay, thank you. Further supplementary question?
No, just a comment that I'm registered with the Your Say website, and I didn't receive any of this, and none of it was in the e-news either, because I checked. But I'll make some suggestions about how this could be improved later. Thank you. Okay,
thank you. 8.8, page 37, there's a recommendation in 3 parts. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bailey and Councillor Gallatley. Is there opposition? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? To the contrary, carried. The last in the 8 series is 8.10, the Code of Meeting Practice Amendments, which was provision under the Performance Improvement Order, of course. Councillor Robinson, I think, again?
No, this was just a comment again that...
No, with questions, no comments.
Well,
it's got to be a question. Phrase it as a question.
I can phrase it as a question. I just would like to be assured that when we have workshops, that and if there are any PowerPoint presentations, that they will become to the councillors and the community within three working days prior to the workshop, as I hope as we've always been wanting that to happen for many years.
Yeah, okay. That puts a lot of pressure on our staff who are preparing many workshops under great pressure, and we hear what you're saying, but it might be a practically impossible thing at the present time. But maybe in time, when we get our resources rejigged in our staff, that could happen. Okay, so we're on 8.10, and I've just got to catch up here. The recommendation on page 42, A and B, is there a mover, please? Councillor Gallatley, seconded Councillor Morat. Any opposition? Put the motion. All those in favour? To the contrary, carried. Thank you. We now move to the 9 series. We've done that. You were. I just thought that you were the professional opposition, but anyway. Right, we're on the 9 series. The number 9.1, the exposure draft bill rating reform. Councillor Robinson. 9.2, the Guyra Main Street Roadworks project. It's been called. 9.3, cash and investment. Not called. Special rate variation, of course, will be called. Request for fee waiver by the Crickets Association. 9.6, presentation of the audited financial statements. Oh my goodness, they're in Sydney waiting for us to receive their presentation, aren't they? Oh, I forgot all about that. Councillors, I'm in error in that our auditors are waiting, I think by Zoom or some such, to present the annual reports under item 9.6. I should have realised that some time ago, I'm sorry. So, Owen, can you bring them up unless they're close by?
Good evening.
There he is. Yes. Yes, I'll bring forward item 9.6 to allow the auditors to present to us the annual financial statements and audit report. So that's Chris, I think. Welcome, Chris. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff and members of the public. Thank you for your invitation to present my report on the conduct of the audit of Armadale Regional Council for the year ending 30 June 2020. Just by way of introduction, my name is Chris Harper. I'm a director in Financial Audit.
Mr. Mayor, we can't hear that. I can't make sense of it.
I'll try and speak up a little bit.
No, we can't hear you clearly, Chris. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. If I speak up a little bit, is that any better?
No, it's full of echo.
Slower will help.
If you talk more slowly, perhaps it might help.
Okay.
Okay.
So as well as the global pandemic, the council had to respond to challenges associated with the region coming out of one of the worst droughts on record and experiencing devastating bushfires in 1920. Is that any clearer?
It's still a struggle at this end, Chris, I'm afraid. I don't know what we do about this. Technologically, our people are saying we can't do any better. Yes, looking for a suggestion? Okay. So have we got a mobile number that Chris could call?
Dial in if that's easier.
Our CFO is phoning you now, Chris.
Okay.
Going to put you on microphone so you can probably just pick up where you've left off and we'll just see if we can hear you okay. Thanks.
Hello again, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit clearer now.
Yes, that's much better, Chris.
Excellent. So as I mentioned, the global pandemic, droughts and bushfires all led to unprecedented times in 1920. For this region, OIG extended a statutory date for all of New South Wales Council financial statements to be audited by 1 month until the end of November. As you all know, the Council faced some additional challenges in the year with the Minister for Local Government suspending the Council for the 3 months and appointing an interim administrator. For this reason, Council sought an additional extension to lodge their audited accounts with OIG by 23rd of December 2020. I'm pleased to say that Council met this revised timetable. In delivering the mandate for the local government audit, the Audit Office's role is to provide independent assurance on the financial statements and supporting schedules, prepared by management and then endorsed by Council. We report our findings to management, Council and then eventually to Parliament. In our 2020 local government report to Parliament, we'll continue to report on the results from the 1920 financial audits. This report is expected to be tabled at the end of February this year. Just briefly, some areas of focus we looked at during our financial audits in 1920 included the impact of COVID-19, natural disasters, accounting for landfills, and as always a focus on information technology general controls. So now I'll turn to our reports on the conduct of the audit. For your reference, these are included on page 959 of the attachments to today's business papers. So we've completed our audit of the Council's general and special purpose financial statements and relevant special schedules. I'm pleased to report that on 23rd of December 2020, we issued a clean audit opinion of your council's financial statements for the year ending 30 June 2020. This means that financial statements contain no material misstatements and present fairly. The Office of Local Government's Code sets out what needs to be covered by the report on the conduct of the audit. There's 6 key performance measures which are included in the general purpose financial statements. In this full financial year following the merger, Armadale Regional Council has met the industry benchmarks for 5 of the 6 financial performance measures in 2020, as presented in their financial statements. And these results are included in our report on the conduct. Firstly, looking at the income statement, the council's net result for the year was a deficit of 22.8 million, including depreciation and amortisation of 17.6 million. This was 38.1 million lower than the prior year. Just briefly, the major reasons and drivers behind that decrease include a $43 million loss on the disposal of assets as part of a timber boundary adjustment, 3.2 million decrease in user charges and fees due to the impacts of the drought and water restrictions, and also COVID-19 on specific revenue streams, including the airport. There's also a 1.5 million impairment of infrastructure assets due to storm damage to Kempsey Road. These increases were offset partially by a 9.1 million increase in grants and contributions. These were mainly down to the implementation of some new accounting standards and the recognition of Crown land and rural fire service assets. The net operating result before capital grants and contributions was a deficit of 2.9 million, which was 2 million lower than the prior year. And this is mainly due to the reasons I just outlined above. Rates and annual charges revenue of 33.4 million increased by 1.1 million in 1920, which is mainly due to the normal rate peg allowance increases during the year. So just looking at the first of the financial performance measures, Council delivered an operating performance ratio of 0.9%, which is above the benchmark of 0%. And a slight decrease from prior years due to the lower net operating result. Next ratio is own source operating revenue. So this really measures the degree to which Council relies on external funding, such as operating grants and contributions. Ratio of 58.56% was just below the benchmark of greater than 60%. This decrease from prior year was due to increases in both grants and contributions. Just looking at cash investments, Council's position of 72.1 million at 30 June was a 2.8 million increase from prior year. Demonstrated current ratio of 2.64 times exceeded the benchmark of 1.5. This means that Council can meet its short-term obligations as they fall due. Cash expense cover ratio of 13.91 months really indicates the number of months that Council can continue paying for its immediate expenses without any additional cash inflows. This exceeded the 3-month benchmark. Debt service cover ratio. This measures operating cash available to service debt. Ratio of 4.06 again exceeded the benchmark of greater than 2 times. And just finally, the last of the 6 financial performance ratios is the rates and annual charges outstanding percentage. So this really assesses the impact of uncollected rates and annual charges on Council's liquidity, and also the adequacy of debt recovery efforts. Benchmark set by OLG is less than 10% for regional and rural councils. The Council met the benchmark, achieving 5.74%. There was an increase from prior year, really driven by some of the economic hardship factors in the region, including drought and COVID-19. Just lastly, asset renewal expenditure was $5 million in 1920. This was a decrease of $4.3 million compared to the prior year, caused by lower renewal works. So as I said at the start, overall council has met 5 of the 6 audited financial performance measures during these unprecedented times. I'd like to thank council staff for their cooperation with my team in the conduct of our audit. So that closes my presentation. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Chris, and I again apologise for keeping you waiting. Councillors got any questions of the audit office? No, I think you're home free, Chris. So thank you very much for your presentation, and I'm sorry also about the technological problems we had. Thank you again. All the best. I'm a little out of sequence here, but we just heard 9.6. The officer's recommendation on page 87 is to note the report. Can I have a mover? Councillor Marat and Councillor Robinson. No opposition. Put the motion. All those in favour. To the contrary, carried.
Can I just make a comment that the only...
Not right now, you can't. When we get to the appropriate item, you can, but I'm in the process of calling the 9 series. I've got to go back.
I wanted to comment.
Yeah, we'll get there. Going back to item 9.2, I've had advice from our financial controller that if there's to be any discussion on that matter in relation to the attachments to the item, it'll have to go into confidential. So, Councillor O'Connor, can you enlighten us? No, do you need to refer to the attachments?
No.
Thank you. So therefore it can be dealt with in open council. Thank you. We're now up to 9.7, calling the business paper. Councillor Marat's called 9.7, 9.8, the business park sales. Councillor Robinson, your whatchamacallit, Tom? We're calling the business paper. So 9.8's called. Thank you. 9.9, I need to call that to add a line. 9.10, council review of the budget. 9.11, women on the land business grants. 9.12, valuation and investigation of possible sale of the croft. 9.13, the Armadale Airside Business Park street naming, called in several places. One? Yeah, there's several, yep. And 9.14, the Live Music Australia Grant Fund. Councillor, this is not going all that well. Okay, we can adopt with one motion items 9.3, 9.10, 11 and 12. Have I got that right, staff? 9.1 was called by somebody. Who called? Yes, it was. So I've only got 4, 9, 3, 10, 11, 12. I'll take a motion to adopt those. Moved by Councillor Robinson, Councillor O'Brien. Presume no opposition. All those in favour, to the contrary, carried. 9.1, the exposure draft bill rating reform. The responsible officer is, where are we? It's our CFO. Kelly, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council, this report on the exposure draft bill for local government rating reform just covers the New South Wales Government's commitment to undertake reforms to ensure a fairer and more flexible rating system for councils and ratepayers. The process has included IPART conducting a review of the local government rating system. They released those findings in June 2020. There were a number of findings, but the government's committing to implementing the recommendations from IPART identified in the recently released exposure draft bill, which is included with the report. The report outlines the potential implications of the draft legislation as best we can determine from the information we have at this time. So at this point in time, the most significant change that's going to have an impact for council are the options provided to harmonise rating structures. At a minimum, that will provide council with options to undertake it more slowly than previously permitted, and it will lessen the impact on individual ratepayers affected by that process. There's a consultation period with New South Wales Government running until the 5th of February. We have the ability to make a submission to that process. And so there's draft responses included in the report to the feedback form that's been provided. There's a structure to it. And there is the ability to submit other types of feedback as well in a non-structured format. But we're proposing to go with a structured format at this point in time and provided you with our draft responses at this stage. If councillors have further feedback, please provide it by the 2nd of February and we'll incorporate that into our final submission. Should the draft legislation be passed in its current form, so obviously based on feedback we'll determine the final wording of that legislation. We will have to undertake quite a bit of additional research and modelling to determine how the proposed changes may affect our rating structures moving forward, or what the options may be from the changes in legislation. The timing is very tight in the context of the development of next year's budget. So in addition to some of the other processes that are underway, we won't have a great deal of time to do a lot of modelling and research into the revised legislation, but we are looking already at modelling the impacts of a 4-year harmonisation path, which is the main thing that's been included, which will have an impact on Armadale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. The key message there is if any council has got any matters they want to include in this submission, you've got until next Tuesday. So I think Councillor Robinson, you raised the matter. Are there questions?
Yeah, well, it was more of a comment.
No, we're taking questions. You can have comments in debate. Okay. Are there questions?
Well, I'll refer to the question that if we are to vary rating categories according to the level of service, then how are we going to get an open and transparent way of estimating the cost of providing those services? Thank you.
That's a fairly difficult one. I think that's what you call a rhetorical question. It should have been in debate, Councillor. Okay, I think, Councillor, I don't think that can be answered with due respect.
We respect, Mr. Mayor.
Well, if a staff member would like to try and answer that, they're very welcome. No, you see the problem? Okay, Councillor, you're not O'Brien, you're Councillor O'Connor.
On the other one. It's a really, really, really important topic for us.
Yes, so ask your question, Councillor.
My question is, how are we, as the governing body, going to plan to take advantage of this? This is a long-awaited report from my part. What are we going to have a briefing on this?
Well, it's a draft exposure bill. It's gone past IPART. Is that right? It is a draft exposure bill, yeah. And we've got a certain time frame in which to comment, and we're running out of time, aren't we?
Well, it's not an unknown thing in this council to run out of time to respond to proposals. But, for example, what options? I think the governing body should have some discussion with our financial staff and the general manager and the financial controller about how this will impact on our ability to, reduce the outside sound.
Yeah, that's your question.
And how we might benefit from it. And also what I want to know is there any recommendation, I think there isn't, to include formerly excluded categories of land from rating?
Hey, that's a question. On the 4th of January, I requested the Interim General Manager to provide this information report to Council, and it is a shame that at the end of the month we haven't got a lot of time, but I'd appeal to each of you, if you've got viewpoints, to get them to Council staff ASP, and we'll include them in. We don't have time to meet between now and the 2nd. That's the reality. So if you've got concerns, and I share some of your concerns, let's get them to what, Kelly, or to you, Marissa? They come to Marissa, okay? All right. Can we move the adoption, please, of 9.1? Councillor Robinson. Is it seconded somewhere? Adoption of 9.1. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. No opposition. Put the motion. All those in favour. To the contrary, carried. 9.2 was called. I think Councillor O'Connor.
Look, this is I might show
First of all, we'll have a
My question is, does this...
We'll have an introduction by the director, please.
All right. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. The purpose of this report is to endorse the engagement of a principal contractor to reconstruct a section of Bradley Street as defined in the report. Council sought, we sought quotes from our existing panels and received 2, and this recommends the adoption of one of those.
My question to the officer is, does this include footpath work? And please don't blab if it discloses I haven't read the details in the attachments, but there is an issue with the footpaths and there's a completely different issue with the road pavement. I just wonder to either of those does this apply?
This is focusing on the reconstruction of the street. Yes, correct.
Can I have a mover of 9.2 on page 53? Councillor Murat and Councillor Bailey, I think. You're one? Yep, gotcha. Right. Is there any opposition? Put the motion. All those in favour, to the contrary, carried. Move to 9.4, special rate variation application. Like the CFO, pleased to introduce this report. Shortly, if you're good. Okay, over to you, Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Special Rate Variation or SRV application report is a culmination of several months' work by the organisation to model the impacts of SRV options and consult the community on preferred options. Three SRV options were consulted on, and the forecast results and impacts along with community feedback are detailed in the report. And the report also contains a copy of all of the written submissions that were received from the community. The report recommends that Council proceed with applying for a permanent special rate variation of 18.5% plus a 2% rate peg, so a total of 20.5%. This is referred to as option 1 or improved services in the report. Option 1 would result in ratepayers receiving an increase in the ordinary rates that they would pay, and option 1 receive the lowest level of community support through the public consultation process for written submissions and the phone survey process. So why is this option recommended? We know from financial modelling that Council is not spending enough on asset renewal and will continue to do so in the future. There's a significant gap between depreciation, which is our best indicator of the required level of funding for asset renewal, and what's actually available to spend on asset renewal through the budget process. Option 1 provides the best opportunity for that gap to be closed and for the asset backlog to be managed in a sustainable manner. We know that Council's made some significant productivity gains since merger. It's estimated that around $2.2 million per annum has been gained through a range of initiatives. Some of these gains have been impacted by COVID-19, and the merger was forecast to generate around $700,000 in savings per annum. The fact that a deficit continues to be forecast under current funding levels demonstrates the costs are increasing above the levels that revenues are increasing by. This is in part due to the rate peg and also because many of Council's other revenue sources are capped by state government. There's been a level of cost shifting from other levels of government, and the required level of compliance and therefore cost of compliance is constantly increasing. COVID-19 is having a far greater impact on Council's revenue sources than initially forecast, and if this trend continues, which is likely, Council will need to look at further reductions in ongoing expenditure to minimise this impact. In addition to these challenges, Council is also now under a performance improvement order, and this has identified areas requiring improvement, including a requirement for Council to adopt surplus budgets and a reserves policy that ensures a minimum of $4 to $5 million is available as unrestricted cash to fund working capital requirements. Option 1 is the only option that produces an operating surplus and provides the best outlook in terms of meeting the Fit for the Future targets. It is identified as Council's best opportunity to secure longer-term financial sustainability and address the challenges that I've outlined. Hence, this is why option 1 has been recommended in the report. Option 1 would still require Council to implement an improvement program. However, the efficiency dividend created would be able to be reinvested into improved service delivery and infrastructure to help grow the region. We have seen from community consultation outcomes that many residents value the increased service level resulting from the 14-15 SRV and are not supportive of a drop in service levels. Option 2, known as maintained services, would result in council's revenue from ordinary rates remaining at around the same level as it is now. As a result, ratepayers would not experience a change in the level of their rates from the current level due to the SRV. Option 2 received a lower level of community support through the public consultation process for written submissions than Option 1, but it did receive the highest level of support through the phone survey process. The financial modelling undertaken shows that Option 2 generates cumulative general fund operating deficits and lower levels of funding are available for asset renewal. For these reasons, if Council were to support Option 2, it would need to also resolve to commence an improvement program that has a focus on reducing the cost of existing services. Maintain services effectively means don't add new assets or services to Council's existing budget. This means that where infrastructure creates an increase in depreciation, operations or maintenance that is not offset by the revenues from the project, Council should not proceed with the construction of the asset. Option 3, or decreased services, would result in Council not applying for an SRV and revenue from ordinary rates would drop by around $1.5 million per year. This option is not sustainable. Option 3 would result in ratepayers receiving a reduction in the ordinary rates that they would pay. The financial modelling undertaken shows that Option 3 generates significant cumulative general fund operating deficits, which can only be managed through significant reductions in expenditure, thereby reducing service levels. If Council were to support Option 3, it would also need to resolve to commence a program of service level reductions. Council would also become at risk of failing to meet compliance obligations. Option 3 received the highest level of community support through the public consultation process for written submissions, but it received less support than Option 2 in the phone survey process. The impact of Option 3 on the organisation at a time when it is in a fragile state from a number of perspectives would create further serious problems and instability. No matter what decision is made regarding the SRV application, or if an application is made, what the final determination on the SRV will be from my part, there are some key things we will need to do moving forward. These include clearly demonstrating to the community where we are spending SRV funding and what benefit it is creating for them, and implementing an improvement program focusing on the creation of efficiencies and productivity improvements, and reporting back on that program and the benefit created. To that end, we are already looking at establishing some of those priorities in the draft 21-22 operational plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Councillors, when we get to the end of the 9 series, we'll take a break and we might get a cup of tea perhaps if the water's boiled. So I'll just dangle that carrot for you. Okay, are there questions of the Chief Finance Officer or the Director? No? No, I don't think she's asking a question. I think she might be looking to move a motion. Councillor O'Connor.
Well, I would like to move the motion with the amendment of paragraph B to Option 2 rather than 1.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Option 2. Your motion, Councillor.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, it's not just council that's fragile, it's our whole community. And if you look at the bar graphs in the presentation, you'll see that we stand out, particularly in relation to farmland rates. We're the second highest in our region, and it's getting worse. Who are the people? You know, it's sad, but I remember the SRV debate in 2014. We were coming out of another drought then, and it's very sad, but we've got ratepayers who are facing not only the instability of, a small number of highly cashed up investors in farmland who are pushing up the Valuer General's rating, valuations in relation to farmland. I mean, it's just becoming extremely difficult in circumstances where you've got, drought over a 2-year period, and the worst one in the history of white Australia in this region. And secondly, for some people suffered also the bushfire issue, but I mean, there's just extreme fragility in our community out there in the areas of primary production, and then you move into the residential areas. Our SEI, our rating is that as our ability to pay in this area is so scattered. Yes, we're a well-to-do area in some places, but we've just suffered a major loss of jobs and stability in the university sector here. That is the mainstay of perhaps that wealthier sector. There's a lot of fragility even in that so-called robust capacity to pay area for residential rates. I agree with what Viv May said. We have to get our house in order. You know, I'd love to be able to say, let's go back to the 2014 and just drop the temporary SRV, but I know that we can't, because we're on that delicate balance between degrading our assets to the point where the place is, our region is not worth living in because the assets are so degraded if we aren't able to take care of them. But on the other hand, if we move to a point where relocators can't afford to move here, it's only economic for them to do so, because the comparison of the rates charged here and in other places where we're trying to attract them from are not sustainable for them. Because let's face it, the cost of living and the inconvenience and the transport problems that we suffer in this northern region for relocators from metropolitan areas, there's only one advantage really, and that is to relocate, and that is the cost of housing. But if the ongoing cost of maintaining that housing by rates is not sustainable, well, then you're going to deter really the only way in which we're going to attract people to provide a means by which we get more residents who can then share the rate burden and decrease the overall pressure on the population that's currently here. So I don't think I need to go on much more. You know, clearly we've got to balance responsibility to our asset maintenance and service levels, but on the other hand, this is just probably, and for no person's fault really, the worst possible time to be pressing, you know, an additional 10% increase on our residents, and particularly on the farmland sector. I reserve my right of reply.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor. In the event that option 2 is successful, and the General Manager has a clause D that he'd like to add to your motion, so would you like to see that? You don't have to accept it, of course, but or he can read it out to you, and then Hayley will put it on the board if you're happy with it. So, Mr. General Manager, you might like to read it out, or yes.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Hayley has put it up on the board, but it reads item D, receive a report outlining an improvement program to be implemented in the 2021-22 budget in order to, 1, eliminate the unfavourable gap between operating income and expenditure, 2, create the financial capacity needed to undertake the actions required under the mandatory performance improvement order, and 3, improve key asset management indicators. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder accept that addition. Thank you very much. The seconder's right to speak to the motion as amended, as added to. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, our job as councillors is to represent and respect the views of the community. And if they don't want an 18% SRV, we really have to respect their opinions. And for those who are really, really concerned about finances, I would mention that applying for an 8.5 SRV means that gives us the freedom to maintain the status quo. But maybe if we're extremely lucky, we'll do really well with our grant applications and we won't need to impose all of it. That's something we have to look at when we consider the budget. At the moment, we certainly need the freedom to have at least maintain the status quo. And we need that freedom because I've seen so many instances of other government departments imposing savage cuts and restructures and becoming totally inefficient just to meet a tiny efficiency dividend. So we have to be responsible and not put ourselves in that situation. But I am opposing option 1 because one of IPART's assessments of the criteria is the evidence that community is aware of the need and extent for a rate rise. And I think the consultation has shown without a doubt that the community opposes it. So probably IPART wouldn't support it anyway, and it would involve a lot more staff time, having to do 2 budget projections, and that would divert staff away from the important work we have to do. And personally, when I looked at all the financial information, I was very, very concerned about the ever-diminishing proportion of operating revenue from financial assistance and other grants. As you know, in the current budget, we actually didn't meet the criteria. We got 59% of our own source revenue, which I think is a wonderful achievement because it means that other sources provided 41% of that. But the projections are going that proportion is going down to 70% in the near future, and then to 80% of all our revenue coming from the rates and not from other grants. And that, I think, is where we have to start looking at why all this more and more cost shifting is coming onto us. This is not fair on our community. And even the $500,000 increase in our emergency service levy, that accounts for nearly 3% of the 8.5% SRV. Without that cost shifting, we'd be looking at 5.5% rather than 8.5%. And we have to again call out the powers that be and say it's not fair that more and more of the burden that used to come from state and federal government is coming on local government. And again, let's just look at the facts. We are being squeezed in all directions. And I'd like to quote the University Technology Sydney study, which is going to be published in Public Administration Quarter in March by Joseph Drew, Associate Professor of Local Government for Public Policy and Governments. And he claims that botched amalgamations have not only left councils struggling to this day, but are affecting residents across the state who are now being forced to bail out the other levels of government. And again, that's not fair. That has happened to us. We know that, for example, that the forcibly amalgamated councils, 19 out of 20 of them are struggling, and they're doing much worse than the non-forcibly amalgamated councils. And if that's the problem, it's not the fault of the councillors elected. And obviously there are lots of problems, including the response of the Office of Local Government to our complaints. Then really we need help, and we need to look at getting that help. So as I just to quote that again, the New South Wales Government's 2016 policy of local government amalgamations resulted in an average 11.2% increase in costs of affected councils and raised expenses by more than 15%. That wasn't our doing, and those who did it should be looking to take more responsibility to it. Now, I have to say it won't be easy to overcome all the financial constraints that we're subject to, but I still see signs of hope. I see more and more innovative ways to apply for grant funding and replace our vital infrastructure. So we really, and I hope everybody here agrees that we need to become as efficient as we can and look at every possible grant that's on offer to upgrade and replace our infrastructure and achieve the best possible rates for our community. But we still have to reject this unfair rates rise and work with other levels of government to ensure that our community gets a fair go. That's what we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a speaker against? In the interests of balanced debate on a very important matter, I'm going to speak against option 2, and I speak in support of the officer's recommendation, which is option 1, a permanent SRV of 18.5% plus 2% rate peg commencing 2021-22. This option provides Council the greatest opportunity to secure its long-term financial sustainability. Option 1 would allow much needed further investment in maintaining infrastructure, in particular renewal works on roads, bridges and community buildings and facilities. Option 1 would result in the current level of assets and services being maintained. Moreover, Council will be able to fund additional asset renewals and reduce medium to long-term financial risk. Option 1 enables Council to meet the requirements of the 9th December performance improvement order. The first such requirement thereunder is that Council should adopt surplus budgets that ensure financial sustainability over the longer term. The order also states that Council should ensure that sufficient resources are provided to address the various performance improvement order recommendations. I submit that this cannot be achieved unless option 1 is adopted. Even going with option 1 does not get Council to some of the Office of Local Government's financial benchmarks. Council is struggling to provide the broad range of services without increased revenue. Council revenue has been heavily impacted by drought and COVID-19. The impact on ratepayers is well understood. Morris and Lowe, in their SRV financial modelling, revealed in October 2020 that for option 1, firstly, there'd be significant general fund operating deficits initially incurred, but the position improves to an operating surplus early in that scenario. And secondly, general fund unrestricted cash reserves fall into overdraft position immediately, but this improves early in that scenario. I was preparing budgets prior to the implementation of rate pegging back in 1978. And it has to be said that rate pegging has certainly not kept pace with the increasing cost of maintaining assets and providing services to the community. The effects over the years have been debilitating, to say the least. Continuation of the temporary SRV does not address future growth and the asset renewal backlog. It will increase, placing a financial burden on future generations. Furthermore, Council will have limited options to fund new assets as the region grows. I accept that there is little support for this option, but deferring the inevitable should not be countenanced, nor should making this an issue for the incoming Council. I ask, what is best for the Council's financial future? Sometimes in local government, decisions are not popular. This is one such occasion. Real leadership, in my view, sometimes has to mean taking the road less popular. My vote will be for option 1. Thank you. A speaker for the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bailey.
I think there's 2 points that we need to remember. We are talking about an SRV and I support option 2. But what we must also remember is we're asking our ratepayers to fund a general rate at the present level. If we're not successful, it could go up by a further 10%. Under the administration, under the acting general manager, they increased water rates by 60%. So we are asking not ratepayers to pay an extra percentage on your general rate. We're asking them to write a cheque out in the old term or do an electronic funds transfer for a significant increase in what is last year's rate. And I've got an email in front of me from someone that I respect and admire, and she's talking of removing assets from the town, selling, moving away. She said we had the heartbreak of having to rip our gardens out and take them to the tip. Now we're going to be in a situation where we're asking people to pay more rates and we're going to ask people to pay more water rates. I'm sorry, we've got to get to a stage, as I have said at the start, where we live within our budget. The other point that I would make, getting back to a slight variation on the water rates, if water consumption continues to drop because of a 60% rate rise, will we turn around and then put through another 30% rate rise to try and maintain the same revenue? That is not a business model I have ever seen work. You've got to live within your means. You've got to increase your sales, not increase the per unit price of what you were doing, but increasing your sales. The other point too, it is we are proposing to go to a mini budget, and the Mayor is leading the task in doing that, and he should be admired for doing that. That gives us an opportunity for us to go through all our pet projects, economic development, community welfare, arts and culture, the environment, and begin to make real cuts everywhere. Nothing should be sacrosanct. And if we can show the community that we can save $1 million or $1.5 million, we can show true leadership to our community. If we just take the easy options out, if we just take the easy option, I don't think we've achieved anything. We've got to find a way to make the cuts. And I have said before, if that means we only mow the lawns every 3 weeks, fine. If that means we begin to look to outsource some things that are costing us money, that's the best way forward. We've got to find new ways of doing things because, let's be honest, neither any political party is going to look after us on the long term. Both have a record of cost transference, whether it be Liberal, National or Labor. They've all got cost transference in their mind. So they're the sorts of things we've got to recognise. So I'm actively supporting cut 2. But we then have a perfect opportunity to go through the budget line by line and start making the cuts. And when the community complain, we can say, we only went for option 2 because we have to make the appropriate cuts. So let's stick together, let's stick with option 2, and then the next stage, when we do the budget reviews and the mini budget, we make our own hard decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any opposition? Right of reply?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and be a little bit more coherent this time. Just in reply, I do endorse what Councillor Bailey has said. I agree with everything that has been said here this morning, except, unfortunately, your speech, Mr. Mayor. Taking the scenarios just in relation to rates without taking into consideration the across-the-board increases in fees and charges, which of course are not rate-pegged, the community's awake to this, to the extra take on fees and charges. And yes, the 60% rise in water rates and the invidious position that's now put us in that people, we're losing amenity now because people are trashing their gardens because they can't water them. If they can't water them, we're not getting revenue. So we've put ourselves, by that 60% water rate increase, not only into a very difficult fiscal position, but we've lost the confidence of the community. And we cannot sit here and debate this report as it sits here without considering the impact on the hip pocket and the overall affordability and the livability when we look like sitting on a level 3 restriction permanently, which is just unheard of in a situation where the drought is broken. We really need to deal with the water issue alongside this. So I think the only palatable option is option 2, both in respect of regaining the trust of our community, but also we can't go to IPART and ask for, on the figures that we've got on the consultation results that we have, how stupid will we look going to IPART and asking for option 1, notwithstanding that in the best of all possible worlds, it makes a lot of sense. I regret that I can't support it, but I just can't. Secondly, it's lovely for the people who are at the same time urging us to indulge in surplus budgets to abandon them themselves. So as well as visiting excessive, continuing cost shifting on us, they're excusing themselves from delivering surpluses, but not us. The community's alive to this, and with great respect, I think we've just got to do the best we can. Option 3 would be lovely, but that really equates, in my view, to switching out the lights and going home, or to going to the coast or somewhere else, basically abandoning our community, because at that level I don't think we can manage to take care of our assets. The community that I have spoken to have shown quite a strong appetite for a rigorous service review, and I think that it's appropriate at this very difficult stage for us to actually go to the community with that. They are willing to do that, but look, money isn't around the way it was 5 or even 10 years ago as a result in this community of the impacts of the drought and all the flow on that comes from that. So I think we only have one option, and I'm sorry it can't be 3. I'm sorry it can't be one, but realism determines that we have to get our house in order and it needs to be option 2.
Thank you, Councillor. That concludes the debate. The motion with the addition Part D is on the screen. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. 5, 1 against. 6, 1 against. My apologies. The motion's carried. Item 9.5, if we can quickly get through, hopefully, the rest of the 9 series, we will take a break. Request for fee waiver, Australian Cricketers Association.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a request to Council to waive the fee of $1,722 for the Australian Cricket Association to hold the Bushfire Carnival at the end of February.
Any questions? Prepared to move? Councillor Morat's moving. It's seconded somewhere. Councillor Galatly, is there any need for debate? Put the motion. All those in...
Point. We've got to show financial responsibility. We just talked about it all the way through, and now we're going to give more money away. So I will oppose it.
Thank you. It was moved and seconded, and I didn't give you the opportunity to speak to the motion. Do you need to speak to it? Thank you. I'll put the motion, I think. Can I put the motion? All those in favour? To the contrary, carried. 9.6 were dealt with. 9.7... Sure. This is item the Australian Transport Museum. Councillor Morat.
Mr. Mayor, on page 93 of the agenda that deals with this issue, Council's officer has made a statement under corporate risk, which tells me that I'm on the board, which is incorrect, and then makes a statement which is more or less saying that I've not declared pecuniary interest, and this has put Council into a position of risk. I take offence to that statement. It's my decision if I am have a pecuniary interest in any matter. I have always declared a pecuniary interest in the Transport Museum and left the room on all occasions. Council, the report is also incorrect. Council, as Mr. North pointed out, has been the instigator of the museum and has been involved with the museum for a number of years, to the extent that the first representative of the council on the Transport Museum was Brian Chetwin, who was the council mayor. The second representative was Mr. Duckett over here, at the time was the mayor, and the third representative was Laurie Bishop, who at the time was the mayor. I was also the council appointee until such time as we were put into, stood down when you became the administrator, Mr. Tiley, and I was then made a board member under another section of the Transport Museum. Council has always been involved in the museum. Council passed a motion to form a museum. The only way Council can divest itself of this matter is for a motion to come before Council, which has never happened. I was asked the other day to remove the address from the ASIC records. That is not my job. That is a job of a council officer. I have no authority to do that. And until such time as the motion is put before this council, then council is still involved in the museum. And for someone to say that as a duly elected council representative, I have acted improperly, I take offence to. I will be leaving this meeting. I've filled in a pecuniary interest form based on the fact that I did resign from the museum in March last year, but I have been involved in the design, the costing, and I will be on a management team if we're successful in getting a grant to construct the museum. So on that basis, I declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in the museum, and I will be leaving the room for the debate.
Thank you, Councillor, for that explanation. Do we have, on 9.7, are there questions? Councillor
I don't have questions. I have a motion to put.
You have a motion, okay. Are there no questions? Yes, I think that's fair. Do you want Councillor Morat to stay for this or not? No, he's gone.
Oh, keep,
I think.
can he?
What do you think?
Oh. Can we get him back? Oh, I don't, anyway.
Yeah.
Mr. General Manager.
If the it's just I've been advised that if Councillor Matt's declaring interest, he probably shouldn't be here. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to inform councillors about the consequence and the cost of the motion back in May 2017, which did commit council to leasing an area up at the Airside Business Park, 5,000 square metres, a peppercorn rent of $365 a year, and a lease term of 10 plus 10. At that time, and until fairly recently, we didn't know the financial impact of that motion. So my report, following a request from the administrator to get a business case review, that was done, and then that review was reviewed, and those documents should be in there attached. But the consequence of that, the May 2017 is calculated at a minimum of 24,500 and perhaps as much as 33,500 per annum, depending on whether there's a request for waiving of council rates. The review of the report does point to some uncertainties. It does highlight some risks to council, and this is the final thing. I can only act on the latest ATSIC report. When I was preparing the report, 24th of December, ATSIC has a report which you can, any member of the public can download. It, as I say, confirms the address of the Australian Transport Museum Limited is 135 Rusden Street, and it lists the directors, including past and former councillors, and I speak to that risk, and it's a matter for the council to deal.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Director. Are there questions, or can we take a motion from Councillor O'Connor? Councillor O'Connor?
Oh, I just want to move a motion that Council, I've got it written out here, it's pretty short, that Council confirm ARC motion 132/17 of 24 May 2017.
Could I suggest you add to that, because I'm going to do it tomorrow anyway, Part 2, that Council continue to make representations in support of the required funding for establishment of the Australian Transport Museum.
There's no problem with that.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Yes. Seconded by Councillor Bailey. I think, is there any opposition? Sure.
I'm not sure if I can or not. I'll be if I can't.
Or I might.
Or you might. We're an owner of the land. We will be a regulator and a consent authority. We've been asked to potentially subsidise 24.5, but we're not proposed to be an owner of an asset, and that being the building. So I'm not sure there's anything on the books to authorise me to go seek grant funding for a building that would be built by another entity.
The council will be seeking from state and possibly federal parliamentary representative the $3.1 million needed to build the structure. The council's contribution back in 2017 was to give the land for $365 a year. So I don't see any difficulty there, but I'd take advice elsewhere. We're giving the land title to them, and they've got to find the money to build and to man with volunteers the facility. Okay, can I put that motion?
Before you do, can I?
No, I didn't think there would be any need for debate, but I'm wrong again. So we will have a late cup of tea. Councillor Robinson, you wish to ask a question?
No, I just wanted clarification in the sense that you said that we obviously are going to be renting the land. We're not going to be giving them the title.
That's a good point.
Well, the only motion I've got on the books at this point is May 2017, which is leasing an area, 5,000 square metres for a 10-year lease. And as I should have said in my explanation, my recommendation as the officer that be rescinded for financial reasons.
Thank you for that explanation. As the mover of the motion, you'd like to speak to it?
Yes, look, I do want to speak to it because I want to say aloud, and for all those people who are listening, what the reason that I've moved this motion in support of the Australian Transport Museum. Now, this has been a plan for probably 2 decades already. There is an extraordinary collection of cars and transporty things that I really am not too concerned about, other than that I know they're really amazing and that they would form a part of a transport buff's route of the trail, because there's a similar, but I don't know if I think it's not even as good as the collection. There's a similar one in Inverell. So the vision that this council and its predecessors has always had is that when we redeveloped the business park at the airport, one of the central features and one of the central intentions would be to stop the visitors at the airport, to make the airport precinct a destination in its own right, and that we would stop that rush of cars that drives past Armadale city and past our region. We would have a attractive collection of tourist attractions. This was first mentioned as a need in the tourism consultancy report back in 2010, that Armadale has the gorges but nothing much else, and that our region really requires a lot more in the way of tourism and visitor experiences. And so this Transport Museum and being able to move it to the airport precinct has always been intended to be the jewel in the crown of a completely new strategy to stop traffic at the airport precinct, allow people to slow down. Mum can go to the Rose Garden, Dad can go to the Transport Museum, and while they're there they can slow down sufficiently to appreciate all the other attractions that exist within our region and within the city of Armadale, and we're aiming to increase bed nights. So if you dither around or spend time, I should say, at the Transport Museum, the day's pretty well gone. You're not going to make it to Brisbane, so you're going to be tempted to go into Armadale, add a bed night to our visitor economy, and then perhaps another bed night as the delights of our region are revealed to visitors once we've got them to stop their cars. That's why I think I am passionate, and I think many, many people in our community are passionate to keep this vision of the Australian Transport Museum in the location of the airport. So that's the thinking, and I commend this motion to my colleagues.
Is the seconder wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Yeah,
I question the business case for a number of reasons. The numbers of 6,000 is completely below what I believe. For instance, Forbes in Western New South Wales, which our General Manager would be quite familiar with, has a population of 8,432 and it gets 16,000 visitors a year. Maffra in Victoria, which is a small Gippsland community of 4,316, gets 12,000 people a year. Inverell, population in the town of 12,000, gets 15,000 people a year. We are also talking about preserving a gift to the community. If we don't preserve the gift to the community, the Hardmans will split the collection up when either Lyndon or Des is moved on and gone off and chitty chitty bang bang, and we'll be in a situation where we'll lose magnificent collection. In actual fact, a Hardman collection that's difficult to estimate is probably worth between $8 or $10 million. Now, if we were talking about art collections, we'd have no problem. But because we're talking about a diverse tourism attraction, we've got art, we've got culture, we've got churches, but we need something else to complete the picture. And being able to take people out to show them James Bond's Aston Martin, which is worth $1.7 million, to be able to go to show them Get Smart's Sunbeam Alpine, and to be able to show them the Saints Volvo, we're talking about unique vehicles. We're talking about giving something back that will force people to stop on a busy highway and come to our city and spend time. So we must support this motion and ensure that our Transport Museum becomes the jewel in the crown.
Councillors, we have a problem which was just pointed out to me by the General Manager. I'd like him to explain that to you, please.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. And just in relation to Mr McDonald's comments, and I'll stand corrected if I've misinterpreted him, but I think more broadly the issue that Scott was trying to make was that the land's obviously vested in the ownership within the council. The building, regardless of who gets the grant, will essentially become a council asset, so being vested in the council. And then, of course, there's those longer term associated costs with that ongoing as well, around not only depreciation and the hit against our balance sheet, but what those maintenance and ongoing maintenance costs might be. So I stand corrected, but I think that may have been what Mr McDonald was trying to point out.
I know that all councillors support what you've just said. We do have financial protocols, and I'm just, the General Manager's flagging that we may have issues there. And I'm just wondering, is it appropriate or not? I'm looking at you, Mr Rayner. Would you like, are you able to comment on what's been said, if you don't mind?
Mr Mayor, could we give them the land? That way it wouldn't be on council's books.
We could sell it to them. I think this is a very important issue. We all want to support these people, but
Mr Mayor, councillors, look, obviously there's a strong desire within the council to support the establishment of the museum and to assist in getting funding. As I understand it, is a proposal to lease. Obviously, any asset on that land will become an asset of the council and will have to be depreciated over time. So what the General Manager has said is quite correct. Is there any other points the councillors wanted me to respond to? Yes, you are. You are allowed, but you have to recognise the financial consequences of that. And half this meeting has been about how do we meet the PIO. There have been requests for other council support from various motions and speakers, and you have to be very careful that all of this doesn't get out of hand. And I do appreciate the goodwill of the council in trying to, wanting to review its budget, not only for this year, that'll carry on into future years, but there's a compounding of almost commitments coming through that are going to be very, very difficult to respond to.
If we sold them the land and financed them to buy the land for $100,000 and gave them to them as a loan for 20 years, would that then take it away from council's books?
Well, it would in terms of the asset, because council would own the asset. It wouldn't be depreciated. How has your experience been in providing funding, in providing loans to community-based organisations in the past? And do you just create another problem ongoing? Yeah, but councillor, you're talking about an asset worth what? So many $100,000? Look, I think the best thing is to keep it going the way it is, if that's the will of the council. And you have, there are quite a few steps to go through here. Firstly, the Transport Museum Board has to obtain the funding to build the asset. I think it's step by step at this stage. I wouldn't rush into any early decisions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rayner. So we have a motion and...
Can I ask Mr. Rayner another question in relation to that, which is we're talking about the depreciation of something that's been built by somebody else, but at the same time we will be having probably an appreciation of the land asset. If the SI part gets off, then probably the blocks will actually increase quite considerably in value. And I'm just wondering if that might solve our depreciation problem. You can offset the appreciation of the land value by the depreciation of the building on it, or maybe even just make it a transportable or knockdownable building, because we don't actually own the building.
I don't think the land value will depreciate. You said appreciate, did you? I'll pass on to someone that's...
I think we've had advice that we probably should proceed on the basis that we are. Kelly, want to add to the debate? I'm going to call a break very shortly. Okay.
The answer to that question is no. Under the accounting standards, we're not able to offset depreciation versus capital increased value in assets. I guess the current situation with the proposed arrangement is it is only a lease for 10 plus 10. So if the facility is constructed, a group does take that over and operates that, hopefully successfully. But obviously, we've probably all had experiences in local government where sometimes that's not the case. These things have to probably take a bit of time to work through. So you can't ever assume that that asset won't ever end up back into council's care and responsibility if it's on our land. It will be under our ownership, and we'll have to make all the necessary provisions as we would for any other asset.
Thank you, Kelly. I don't believe there's any opposition to Councillor O'Connor's motion, therefore you probably don't need a right of reply. Therefore I can put the motion. All those in favour? To the contrary, carried unanimously. And I'm now going to declare an adjournment for 10 minutes. We've been going for 3 hours, and we'll resume at 7:10. Thank you. Okay, we'll resume the meeting. All those seated, that's 4 of us. We'll get this done. And we better wait for the other. Meeting, I've just been informed that if we go to 8 o'clock, we need to move a motion to go beyond 8 o'clock. Well, okay, let's push on. We're up to item 9.8, the airside business park sales and marketing.
Mr Mayor, this is seeking Council's support for the General Manager to call for tenders for the appointment of a registered sales agent or agents to market and sell the land within the airside business park. It notes the requirement for future land agency agreements, associated tendering documents to reflect Council's Code of Conduct, business ethics and other guidelines in executing General Manager's delegation. Agrees to continue working with the existing agency arrangements while the above is implemented in order to complement the marketing and sales initiative. Delegates the General Manager to portion up to 3% of net sales based on previous calendar year results for marketing and site enhancements to airside business park lots.
Thank you, Mr McDonald. Questions, councillors?
Yeah, I've actually got a couple here that I'm a little bit interested in, and it comes down just to the discussion of start.
You've got to put it as a question, mate.
As a question,
yep.
What actually happened to the 10 prospective buyers that came? Are we still in touch with those prospective buyers, or have we stopped being in regards to that?
We have a later report, I think, which goes to some detail about the responses we've had for everybody. We haven't declined anybody. The only sales inquiry was more, I guess, that we haven't proceeded with at this stage was to do with the croft, because we don't have authority to do that. That comes later in the council reports. But some have been successful or close to being successful. Others were more, I guess, investigating and tire kicking. So we've had a range of people with a range of interests. Some of them small, some of them large. Some of them have got different price points, and that has also led to a discussion, that they should be looking at all the industrial land opportunities across Armadale, and we'll always facilitate with someone coming to town, whether it be up at the airside business park or across the road or into town or up to Gyra.
Just a follow-on question here too. There was two contracts were signed for the industrial area, and those two, it says here that they will probably bring about 60 jobs to town. Can I ask how that works, please?
I can't give you the specifics on that, and I guess I also have to say the execution of that still needs the registration, and that has a couple more hurdles to go that we're expecting at the end of February, then we can execute. Certainly one of the lots is, I'm a bit reluctant in terms of commercial in confidence, so if I get told not to say much more. But certainly one of the lots which is waiting on ink to dry on registration would have a significant number of new employment, and it's extra attractive to us because it's hitting the goal of the deed to bring in outside employment. So not relocating a business, not that that's a bad thing, from Armadale proper up to the airport. There will be some of that, but the main game is to get new jobs. And one of those ones that Will has been instrumental in is likely to yield some significant new outside extra jobs.
The 60 jobs from two blocks. I'm wondering, that seems to be a hell of a lot for two little commercial blocks. I'm just curious where you got that figure from, that's all.
I hadn't heard that job number before.
Yeah, okay, look, I think we've exhausted that question.
No, well, I've got to, can I continue with a couple more questions? Or?
Yeah, like the nice and short questions, not
okay.
speeches.
Okie dokie. Look, I must admit that there has, well, all right, I don't want to make a statement. It's not a question then. It was going to be a statement, so I'll leave it to someone else. But
you can certainly say things in debate. Okay. How about you leave what else you've got to say to the debate? Would that be okay?
Thank you. Thank you. That'll be good.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a question.
Question, yes.
Why has it taken so long to register the subdivision? I mean, the subdivision's basically been ready for, 12 months? Why has it taken so long to register?
One of the issues is naming the road, which I think you are dealing with or have dealt with tonight. So that had to be resolved. It was one of the key planks that had to be done. That I couldn't tell you, I'm sorry.
Well, there's a number of roads that the council hasn't previously allocated names to. And that comes up in a couple more items, but with the exception of Don Tid, which was approved under the administration period. Look, are there other questions? Can we have a substantive motion, please? Someone prepared to move the officer's recommendation?
No.
No. It's been moved, Councillor Morat and Councillor Bailey. Your motion, Councillor Morat. Your motion, Councillor Morat. You'd like to speak to it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I believe that we have to get on and try and sell that land. It's something we need to do for helping us with our budgetary problems. Some of the decisions that have been made up there, as far as I'm concerned, haven't been conducive to making sales. We developed all the industrial land without developing airside blocks, and the motel site sitting there on its lonesome. There's at least two parties interested in the motel site. We've sent one business across the road, a hire car company that, in my way of thinking, should have been located at the airport. There's 3 or 4 people after hangar sites. We need to get on and sell some land so we can use some of that funding to try and get some of the other land we didn't develop moving. We can also use that money to complete some projects at the airport, since that money is ring-fenced, which will help us with our budget and keep our staff employed doing those projects. So we need to look at the marketing. We need to look at streamlining how we do those sales and try and put the least number of people in the network. I've always said to council from day dot, council have been the developer of this land. They are putting themselves in a position of sales agent of this land, and they are the consent agent at the other end. We need to distance ourselves from the sales portion of that, as far as I'm concerned. Put responsible agents in charge in conjunction with a council officer, as it has been indicated, and the general manager, and get on with these sales. If there's too many people in the chain, then we're just asking for trouble. If anyone makes a promise to someone during that sales process or any other process, they could compromise council. So we need to proceed with this as quickly as we can, get some well-skilled people in there that know how to sell land and get in and sell the land.
Thank you, Councillor. The second would like to speak. Okay, is there a speaker against?
Yeah.
Councillor Gallatley?
I believe there's a bit of it contradicts what some is in this report. It contradicts what we want as a council. We want both sides of the road to be successful. That's what we want or what I want as a councillor. The recommendation is to enhance future sales and development of light industry and land in the region through a formalised marketing budget based on net sales proceeds in the previous year. The fellow across the road's put a price on it. He's selling them. We put a price on it, an inflated price. I believe, that's my opinion, with a 5%. I don't know how many people here have gone and looked at a house or a car or a push bike or even whatever, and a negotiating of 5% is neither here nor there. 10% you'll offer them 20% off, and then you'll take your 10. I think that's a load of terry diddle, that myself. But we have to be realistic in what we're doing here, and I don't believe that the fellow that we've got there now trying to sell it over the last couple of years has been given any go whatsoever, because it hasn't been registered. And if it hasn't been registered because of the naming of the roads, why haven't we put it out to the community or whoever to name the bloody roads and get it registered, mate? I mean, I just don't understand it. And that's why I'm against this. I really want to get it up and going and sell it, but not by treating the local fella badly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker 4.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion.
Sure.
The amendment would be that, that subparagraphs A, B and D be removed.
A, B and D be removed.
Yeah, and the council agrees, it retains paragraph C, agrees to continue working with existing agency arrangements, and delete while a in brackets of his
full stop after arrangements.
Yeah, anyway, so agrees to continue working with existing agency arrangements for the next 12 months. And the reason I'm putting...
Just a second, for the next 12 months. That's an amendment. Is there a seconder for the amendment? It's seconded by Councillor Gallatley. You may speak to the amendment.
The reason I'm saying this is that for the reasons that Councillor Gallatley was stating, we have a local agent who has been appointed, and yes, 3 years have elapsed, I think, since his appointment, but this, we've heard today that the linen plan has not yet been registered. Very difficult for the current agency arrangement to work in relation to the airside lots that are currently available when that person that's been appointed, that business that's been appointed to be the sales agent, cannot offer a registered block of land. I think it's most unfair to that local person. And my other reason for supporting an extension of the agency agreement for another 12 months is that, as I understand it, the current arrangement is one where the current agent is actually working with both airside and eastern side as agent for both. Now, this reflects the original concept of the whole airport business park development, which was that private and public would be separate, eastern side private, the public council side on the western side of the highway would be a council development, but they would work in harmony and tandem with each other and have a large suite of blocks to sell gradually that met a wide range of inquiry. And I think it's most unfair now to, now that we're so close to being able to offer registered blocks for sale on the air side, to remove that agent who clearly has been working very, very hard, or in circumstances that I think would be very difficult to sell something that's unsaleable, basically, as it's doesn't have a clear title. So I think it is only fair for council to actually move forward by extending the current agency arrangement for 12 months. If that doesn't work, well, we can review it, or the next council can. But anyway, those are my reasons.
Thank you, Councillor. You've just spoken to the amendment. I'll take a speaker against the amendment and for the motion. Councillor Bailey.
Mr Mayor, my intent, like Andrew, I was involved, Councillor Morat, sorry, I was involved when I chaired the Regional Growth Committee and was actively lobbying on a variety of things. I was actively lobbying that we appoint a Sydney agent, because if we're going to attract more investors here, we need to be in the Sydney market. And quite frankly, they're not going to be interested in sharing commissions with someone local. They're going to be wanting, whether it's Rain and Horn, whether it's hookers, whether it's whoever, they'll have their own bevy of people they deal with on a regular basis, and they'll be talking to them about opportunities. We need to be in a situation where we have a Sydney agent working for us. We can run a promotion in Sydney, do some things to try and attract new investment and new jobs here. As to the local agent, if he's as strong and if he's as good at what these others are saying, we then have an opportunity, he can renew his licence. The second thing is, I don't know too many agency agreements where you get an agency agreement for 12 months. I mean, if it's a house, you get 90 days. But, all I'm saying is, if they're strong, he can reapply, and with his experience and understanding, I'm sure he'll have a strong case. My major concern is we need a second agent working from Sydney to help promote the block and find new investors. Because living in Armadale, he's relying on people coming to him, whereas I'm going to be with an agent in Sydney who's looking for opportunities and also talking to people regularly who are investing regionally.
Thank you. I have been in contravention of the code. We should be debating the amendment only. I let you speak to the motion. So we're dealing with the amendment. You spoke against the amendment. Okay. Speaker for the amendment? No. You're speaking for the amendment. Have you spoken in this debate yet? You haven't. No. Okay. Thank you. No, not on the amendment. Okay, very well. The mover of the original motion has the right to speak before I put the amendment.
Mayor, we're not going to give Councillor Gallatley a right to speak in favour of my amendment.
Sorry, you spoke against the amendment, so yes, you can speak in favour of my apologies. You speak in favour of the amendment.
He spoke against the motion.
Yeah, okay.
Now he's speaking in favour of the amendment to the motion.
Definitely favourable with the amendment that Councillor O'Connor put up. It's keeping within our policy as council. We're so good at backing our local stuff for procurement and for everything else. I don't see this much more different than procurement or anything else. As Councillor Bailey said, he's happy to send the money to Sydney. I don't think that's a very, very good idea. I think we keep it local. It's back 20, 30 years ago without the way that we have got communications with our stuff, with the NBN and such. If the word of mouth is still the best advertising you can get, if the people want these blocks, they will find them. And why not? Why not keep it local? We don't need that. I don't know. We've got to give him a go. If he gets in and then he says he wants a Sydney fella to be coming in with him, I'm not familiar with the whole way that the real estates work, but I think we're in a position here now where we can actually show what we're made of and say, yeah, we're going to let this fella that's worked 2 years to have a dig at selling these things and hasn't been able to sell them because we haven't registered it, we haven't named streets, we haven't done whatever else to let the poor bugger sell them. The amount of hours he's probably put in, I wouldn't have a clue. And here we are, Councillor Bailey wanting to pull the carpet out from under him. That's not what you should be doing. But I just plead that we at least when these things are on the market, yes, give him a crack and see how he goes. But I can't agree with Mr. Councillor Bailey at all on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers on the amendment? There was 4. Is there someone against?
Right, I just want to foreshadow.
Are you speaking for foreshadow?
To foreshadow an alternative if.
What is it?
The
A foreshadowed motion or a foreshadowed amendment?
It's a foreshadowed amendment.
Thank
which
you.
Would be that in the officer's recommendation, we request that the General Manager calls for tenders for the appointment of a registered sales of agents or market to sell the land within. So no, just add to the end of that, and that those tenders be reviewed by council.
That's under item A.
Under item A.
Under item A. Just say it slowly. And that under item A. After park, the words and that.
That those tenders be reviewed by council.
And that those tenders be reviewed by council.
But that's in the event of the loss of my amendment, I think, isn't it?
Pardon?
That's in the event of the loss of my amendment.
It's a foreshadowed amendment if yours doesn't get up. Okay. Okay. We've got a foreshadowed amendment.
Well, before that, I mean, Councillor Bailey's asked a valid question. Can we confirm that the foreshadowed amendment is...
I'll decide whether Councillor Bailey's asked a question. Thank you, Councillor. I don't think he has. I think it could have been a little bit rhetorical, but I'll be lenient just this once. Your question, Councillor.
Are we allowed to be operational by choosing the tenderer to be, if it did get up, to be the real estate agent?
If the tender's under a certain amount, the General Manager's got delegated authority. Okay? So, before I put the amendment, I think I'm right here on my Marissa. The mover of the original motion can speak? I think so. We'll do that this time. I can't find it here, but I think that's the case. Okay.
Right. I have problems with the amendment and the fact that it deletes a number of items that, without naming who the agent is, we're removing section D, which is an advertising budget for whichever agent we have. My original backing for this motion was the fact that we have received a correspondence from the agent, and he has pointed out that his contract has expired. And the reason I moved the motion was the fact that under the tendering process, do we have to go out to tender? If a tender was advertised, his contract was accepted, then is council obliged to go out to tender, which is part A. And part B still allows the General Manager to execute the contracts under his delegation. So why are we taking that out? We need the General Manager to be able to act quickly on Council's behalf to complete the contracts if they become available, and we'll have to wait another 30 or 60 days for Council to approve something. The General Manager's got to have authority to complete contracts. So you've taken out half the stuff we need in there. The only thing you've really got issues with is part A, which is whether we need to go out for tender to reappoint an agent, or can we extend the contract of the existing agent. If it was just a matter of extending the contract for the existing agent, I'm happy to have part A removed, but unless I can get advice to the contrary, then we've got a problem.
Forgive my clumsiness. I'm happy to add B and D to C as it's currently been slightly amended.
You're talking to Councillor Morat, or you're talking to the
talking
chair?
through you, Mr.
Talking to
Mayor.
the chair. Okay. Thank you. Please repeat.
I am brief. I've finished.
You've finished. So
I accept,
you accept
as a suggested
you
amendment.
accept C and D, but not B.
No, I do accept B.
You do.
Yeah, reinstating B and D, along with C as it was originally amended.
So
That should meet Councillor Murat's objections to the amendment.
So how is the amendment must I ask?
Sorry?
How's the amendment differ from the motion now?
Because we still have deleted paragraph A.
You have deleted paragraph A. Okay. So the amendment's been changed at the death. I was about to put the amendment, and I still intend to put the amendment. Okay?
Yep.
The amendment...
Do I get a right of reply?
Councillors,
Yeah, I know. I said I don't particularly want to exercise it. And I really don't want to be speaking at all, but
well,
sadly
can we truncate this a little? You've got an amendment which is now the same as the original motion, except it's
I'm happy with that.
B, C and D,
I've read it.
and there's still a foreshadowed amendment, but that'll be difficult if this gets up. Anyway, you've had your... You've spoken.
I've just been advised by Mr. Rayner that from a governance point of view, if the contract has expired and it was originally done under a tender process, we have to go back out for tender.
Which is part B. A, sorry. Yeah, okay. So on that basis, I'm in a difficult situation. If that's the case, we go back to the original motion. Okay? Is that what we're doing? No, well, let's keep your remarks to the chair, please. So we're back to the original motion. Councillor Robinson, you want to add a couple of words to part A? Do you still wish to do that?
I still wish to do that if it's okay.
Well, it's up to the. Oh, okay. Us looking at tenders, I don't think that is okay. My understanding.
Mr.
Second.
The General Manager?
Mr. Mayor, I think at the end of the day, if I think that would be okay. I mean, if council's essentially saying that it would like to make the decision around who gets the tender, I mean, it's going to be a bit clunky, and it's going to add time to the entire process and help. But I mean, it's within council's remit to do that if it wishes to do so.
Is the mover happy for those words to be added? He is. The seconder happy? Who was the seconder? Councillor Bailey? You happy for the addition of those words? The mover is. Thank you. We have, I believe, an uncontested motion. I put that motion. All those in favour? To the contrary? It's carried, but not unanimously. When 9.9 I called, very quickly, page 97, I said in my acceptance speech that we would go out on the operational plan and budget to consult with people. That line needs to come in as the second last line on page 98, because I'm sure we're all agreed that we should go out and consult on the budget and the operational plan. So with the addition of that line, if you're all agreeable, that in May, June, we have a minimum of 2 public meetings about the operational plan and budget 21-22. On that basis, would someone like to move the officer's recommendation with that addition?
With respect, Mr. Mayor, I had an issue with calling 9.9 as well, which was.
This is the issue, the matter we're talking to. I'm on 9.9. We're all happy with that schedule. We just want an addition of.
No, I just had one suggested change to the schedule, which was that for as long as I've known it, we've always got to really rush to the finish on these deliberations, and I was wondering if it would be possible for councillors to have a meeting or be included in that timetable on the 15th of February, because on the 9th, 10th and 11th, which is the week prior, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we are having that, if you like, review, look back at the previous operational plan as it's closing out to the 30th of June 2021, and I was hoping that we might be able to meet on, say, a Monday following that to look forward and get a briefing from staff as to where they're up to in relation to planning the 21, 22. I think that...
no, please, it needs to be a question. We're going to be here all night, okay?
Would it be
you
a
want
problem
to add something?
Well, I want to move that we have that opportunity on the 15th or in that week.
15th of February
Mm-hmm.
to have a briefing on next year's...
the budget going forward, 21-22 budget, as it's currently being developed by staff, because the entry point for councillors...
Yeah, you've made your point, okay. And no opposition to that proposal? Is that feasible, Mr General Manager?
Sure. Mr Mayor, perhaps, yes is the short answer, but perhaps we may even be able to incorporate that into the third of the three upcoming budget sessions as a, for an hour or so, just talk about where we're at. I mean, it just sounds like you'd like a bit of an update about roughly where we've got to, so yeah, I think that if you're happy with that time, rather than adding another meeting to the schedule, Mr Mayor.
Time. Okay. All right, so it's added. Okay.
Thank you.
You're all happy with that? 15th and all...
So that would be an action arising in relation to that item.
We're changing this schedule to include on the 15th a briefing for councillors in relation to the 21-22 operational plan and budget. Turn your thing off, please. And we're adding, on the second last line, 2 public meetings, a minimum of 2 public meetings during the consultation period in relation to those documents. Okay?
With respect, Mr Mayor, I think the General Manager offered to include the 15th meeting in the rear end of
all right.
the meeting on the
right.
11th.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. You're quite right. Let's move on. We agree with those 2 changes, and I'll take a motion to adopt the recommendation with those changes. Move somewhere. Councillor Bailey and Councillor Gladley. All those in favour, contrary carried. The 9.10 council review, no, that's not called, sorry. The next one calls 13. SI Business Park street naming. Okay, that's on page 106. 106. The officer to introduce is... I'm going to get the item introduced by our director first, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This report puts forward 2 options and recommends option 2 to name the roads within the Airside Business Park, and presents the reasons why both of those options have been presented, and the recommended option is as such.
Any questions? Yes, Councillor Gladley.
Is there any reason why this wasn't done before? Why did we leave it right till the end to do this? I thought if you were going to be getting it registered, it would have been a very early stage thing to put this to the community or whatever, so you can have the industrial blocks ready to sell. I'm curious why that wasn't brought up before.
Could somebody take that on? Thank you.
We have worked through a number of consultation processes, but just to clarify, there have been a number of other items that have need to have been finalised to enable the subdivision certificate to be issued. So it hasn't held it up. There are still a number of other minor items that we're working through, which has allowed us time to undertake a detailed consultation on the names to ensure that we're meeting the requirements of both our policy and the Geographical Names Board.
Okay.
So it wasn't the naming that held the registration?
It was one of the items, but it wasn't the sole item and it wasn't the defining item.
Okay. Are there any further questions? If not, looking for a motion. Councillor Moran.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move the motion, please, but with the change that we adopt option number 1, not option number 2. As per the speaker earlier this evening, there appears to be very little community support for the names Momentum Drive and Aviation Avenue. The reasons given within the report that they're going to drive development and...
Can I just interrupt you for a second? Let's clarify the motion.
Yes, so it will be acknowledged the past airport precinct contributors as per policy. It's just above the officer's recommendation.
Okay.
So you just it's got item number 1, acknowledge past airport precinct contributors.
I can't see that.
So
I was going to suggest that the motion might be that council not relax the local road and place naming policy and endorse option 1.
Yep. And
that's
further than that, Mr Mayor, I'd like to submit some names for council consideration.
Tidy up the motion first. Are you happy with what I just said, that the council not relax the policy and pursue option 1?
Yes.
As just, delete the rest. After option 1. So we need a seconder. Councillor O'Connor, I think, yes. It's now seconded. It's all... That's it. Your motion.
All right. Thanks, Mr Mayor. The names of Momentum Drive and Aviation Avenue bear little community recognition in this area. Councils have very limited options to recognise people that have contributed to the community, and by allowing the streets to be named after people of high profile in that airport precinct over a number of years, it allows us to recognise their services to the community. The reasons given for accepting Momentum Drive and Aviation Avenue, to some extent, are sort of a bit laughable. To say that 2 street names which mean nothing to anybody are going to encourage development in Armadale is wrong. They reference Newcastle Airport. Well, are they saying to me that if I can come up with a better name for a street than Newcastle Airport, I'm going to get Boeing or Lockheed Martin to move here? They're not moving to Newcastle Airport for a street name. They're moving there because the federal government's bought millions and billions of dollars worth of aircraft, and they're moving there to capitalise on the income they can gather by servicing that contract. We've got to recognise people that have served this community, that have worked for this council, have worked to drive the airport forward, and I'd like to add to your motion the following. A, or can we put a second part there? Yeah. A, that the street from the roundabout at the southern side of from the street at the roundabout to the southern side of the croft be called Walla.
Slowly, that the street...
Southern side of the croft. Which is the far side of the croft.
Yep.
Be called Walla Avenue, after Charles Waller, who was the first airport groundsman, and Bill Oates.
Charles Waller, airport groundsman.
The council have him down as Charles Waller, but Bill Oates, through the archives, have pulled out something that calls him Clive Waller.
Yep,
okay. Anyway, the name Waller will stand on its own. He was the first groundsman. His family have a wonderful collection of photographs and stuff that he's taken. His family still reside in the Black Mountain area, and it would be fitting to name the street from the roundabout to the southern side of the croft as Waller Avenue. The second street, which would be the one where the Transport Museum will go, I would suggest the name Peter Moffat Drive, but I've been informed that there's a Moffat Road at Invergowrie, which may, under the Geographical Names Board, be an issue, but I'd like to try for Peter Moffat Drive, as he was on the Generic Council for 20 years as the council's airport representative, and his wife still is alive and could unveil the name of that street in his honour. If that name is not acceptable to the Geographical Names Board, I would suggest that the name Don Cameron Drive be substituted.
Or if,
He was a long-serving councillor on Generic Council and mayor. And that the road, to item C, sorry.
To the GNB, that's it. Keep going. You got another one?
And that item C, that the road from the end of Waller Avenue to Somres Homestead be retained, the end of Waller Avenue, to Somres Homestead be retained as Somres Road.
Be retained as Somres Road.
When the old road, which exists at the moment, is closed. So we reserve the name Somres Road.
When the old Somres Road is closed.
Yes. That name has been in existence, just not part of it, that name has been in existence since the 1840s and has immense historical value. And the other streets within that subdivision, it's not important that we name those at the moment, but the council come back with a further report of names that could be applicable to the cul-de-sacs on the airside blocks. That's a D. That might be a D, I'm sorry. That is correct. Yep.
Is there any opposition to any of that? I'm not seeing any. That's right. No. Settle down, folks. It's getting close to 8 o'clock.
Approval after the streets we have built.
Yeah, well.
So we need to register the streets we have built. I spoke to Darren while we're having the break, and that's what we need to do. We need 2 street names, and we need to reserve Somres Road for further use, and that's it.
The motion does that. Are we all happy? Can we vote? All those in favour? Contrary carried. Thank you. I'm now calling the 10 series reports. Oh, you did too. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, all I want to say is that we did have, I support this and move it, and hope somebody will support it. It's a brilliant idea, and we actually had a trial of live music and an original grant from Live Music Australia, where they were, that was at the...
Just before you speak, I need a seconder. It's seconded by Councillor O'Brien. Carry on.
That was attended by one of the officers from Live Music Australia, who I had the privilege of showing around Armadale and doing the walkability test between all the venues. He was incredibly pleased with how it went in Armadale, and I think that hopefully will put us in good stead to get this much larger grant. This, since that time, we've actually had a great increase in live music and just the sort of small green shoots of an actually viable nighttime economy, which I think is an incredibly important step in the right direction for Armadale. So I'd just like to, thank the author of this and reassure other councillors that we have a precedent here which was incredibly successful.
Councillors, I've just read the Code of Meeting Practice. We can extend the meeting from 8 o'clock by resolution, but only for a half an hour. So if we don't finish business by 8:30, we'll have to reconvene. Okay? Just thought I'd throw that to you. Right, let's go. Item 10. 10.1, proposed grant application. 10.2, correction related to classification of a lot. 10.3, public exhibition of public parking policy. 10.4, public exhibition of treatment of feral and infant animals. It's been called. 10.4 is called. 10.5, development application approvals monitoring targets. 10.6, Gyra Preschool and Long Day Care Centre, interim response. Now, I have to advise you, I'm advised that if there's any discussion on the works estimate, we have to go into committee of the whole. Okay, thank you. And engagement of contractor to remove hazardous trees Kempsey Road, which invokes section 55, 3K of the Local Government Act. No, thank you. So we have 2 items called. So I'll take a motion to adopt 1, 2, 3, 5 and 7. Councillor Matt and Councillor Gladley, all those in favour. To the contrary, carried. Item 10.4, question on... We'll need a... yes, so we'll have to call it. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. So, the question on 10.4, Councillor O'Brien.
I just wanted to know if it meant anything dramatic was happening, like that the pound was going from a no kill to a kill pound, or if there are any, something like that, or if there's any other policies in place to ensure that we don't have a proliferation of feral animals, and if we do have if this is a dramatic policy, will it apply to other companion animals?
Councillor, there's no proposal. The proposal is to put it out for public exhibition, but what's going on public exhibition is a tidy up of the document that's there now that says things like Armadale Generic Council, replacing those with Armadale Regional Council. So there's no change proposed. It is a draft, but there's no change proposed to what how it currently operates.
Thank you. Someone prepared to...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is follow-up to the last meeting where the Acting General Manager alerted you to a problem that we have had with the Department of Education, a breach notice, and said we would come back to this meeting explaining something about the breadth of that problem. We have had a number of jobs, and I've reported on it, I'm reporting on it tomorrow, to the DOE about what has been done and what we plan to do. There is a significant amount of work that needs to be done to the premises at 199 Bradley Street. So we have one estimate. It's not a quote. It's not a tender. And my next job is to find that money. That money is not there. And so there needs to be a fairly significant body of work to come back to you in February to explain how we might approach it and what the options that I'll present to you. But I can't gild the lily. That amount of money will be very difficult to find and will probably mean either cuts to some other parts of the operation, the budget, or delaying capital works, or a combination, or other options.
Thank you. Are there questions, or can we, given there's a report coming back next month?
Can I make a comment, please, Mr. Mayor? Sorry,
no,
I'll ask it as a question.
Ask a question, yeah.
I made could not the negotiations that I proposed with the Department of Education to temporarily relocate the Gyra preschool to Gyra Central School, could that negotiations not be continued to see if we can shorten the time span and see whether there might be some more flexibility given a bit more time? Because if we could move the Gyra preschool to Gora Central School for a short period of time and come to a satisfactory agreement by negotiation, we're going to be a lot better off by not having to write out a cheque for $650,000.
Yeah, could that be included in your investigations for the February report?
Yep.
Thank you.
A little bit of a verbal response. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Could I also ask a question?
Yeah, well, just let Mr. McDonald, the Director, first answer the question put.
Councillor, thank you for the lead to make that inquiry, and our preschool manager, Amanda, did follow up on your suggestion at the request of myself and the General Manager. They didn't close the door in our face, but they did bring to our attention the difficulty it would be to bring that time frame forward quickly. So they didn't say no, and I think your suggestion, we can act on it, but the principal that was spoken to today said she had to take it back to her regional director, I think it was. Yep. So they didn't close the door in our face, but it didn't seem to be something that they were keen to do in the short term, maybe something in the longer term. But look, we had one conversation today, and I'm happy to be instructed to investigate that further.
Every faith in your ability to bring it forward.
Thanks for that, Councillor Morat.
Mayor, I'm not sure how the new Gora preschool's been designed. I know we've only got probably a bit over half the money.
Yeah, we've got a lot of money to fundraise, to fund.
We've got over half the money for the new preschool. Is that correct?
No.
Well, how much did you tell me? 3 point something million over $2 million for the new preschool?
Now, come on, not across the table, please. Questions to Mr. McDonald?
We've looked at a few options, I think about 3 options, and they go from 3.5 million to a bit over 5 million. We've got approximately 2 million secured now, but that's been whittled away also pretty quickly as it's been used for some of this work we're talking about.
My question is, has that building, whichever design has come to the top of the heap, been designed so that it could be built in stages? And could we get a development going, a new development, instead of having to find $700,000 plus, because we're not quite sure of the costs, could we look at developing part of the new preschool as stage 1 and try and get grant funding for stage 2? You'd be able to build that more quickly. The kids would be able to stay in the old preschool and not have to move, and you just have to negotiate an extension with the Department of Education. But to build stage 1 of the new preschool is...
That's your question, okay.
Very quickly, one of the options we looked at is a modular build. It is, so it can be built in stages, but equally, it needs a certain size and capacity by the federal government space and ratios that you can't. You might be able to cut some area like staff room or maybe storage or those sorts of things, but in terms of where the children lie, rest, eat, play, we're very much governed by what the federal government says we can and can't do. But it's not to say that we can't look at a modest project to start with.
Thank you.
If we're building to accommodate the current student numbers, not the projected student numbers, then that could be feasible.
It's not a question, Councillor. It's now 8 o'clock. I take a motion that we continue this council meeting until 8:30. Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Gladley, all those in favour, to the contrary carried. I'm looking for somebody now to move the officer's recommendation on page 129, item 10.6. Councillor Bailey, is there a seconder? Councillor Morat, no debate, put the motion, all those in favour, to the contrary carried. 10.7, we need to add a clause D that council invoke section 55(3)(k) in relation to this matter. Does it cover it? Yep, thank you. Move it, and Councillor O'Connor seconded. Any debate? All those in favour, to the contrary carried. Moving to the 11 section, 11.1, Gora Main Street Public Art Project. Councillor O'Connor. 11.2, Stronger Communities Program Round 6, expressions of interest. 11.3, Public Exhibition Update, public space by personal and group trainers. 11.4, defibrillator grant opportunity. 10.5, Youth Week funding application. 10.6, regional sport facility funding grant opportunity. Take a motion to adopt 11.2 to 11.6 inclusive. Councillors O'Brien and Gallatley. No opposition. Put the motion. All those in favour, to the contrary, carried. Item 11.1, Councillor O'Connor.
Sorry. I move a procedural motion this matter be deferred to the February Ordinary Council meeting. The reason that I move that motion is that a number of us have been approached with a lot of dissatisfaction about this whole project, and I think that it can be sorted out, but we just need a little bit of time.
I foreshadow the officer's recommendation. Okay, it's your motion.
So has it been? It's just a deferral. It's a procedural motion.
Well, I'm moving I'm foreshadowing that we accept the officer's recommendation as a motion. Okay, I can do that.
Oh yes. Sorry.
Hasn't got to be deferred. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go. It's your you don't need to speak to the motion to defer.
No.
Correct. Okay. If this motion's successful, the recommendation won't be considered now. All those in favour for deferral? 4. Against? 3. The matter is deferred. We move now to. There's no request for leave of absence. Nothing on 13, 14, 15. I think it's really important that we deal with the 17 items, and therefore I'm going to put the questions on notice after that, Councillor Robinson. We mightn't have to. Let's see how we go. 17.4, I've had advice from Mr. Rayner that this matter should be dealt with in open council because the community are entitled to know the details of the lease agreement. And unless you want to address anything specifically in that lease agreement, item 17.4 we'll deal with now. Okay. Can you throw adoption of 17.4? I'm just trying to find that. Forgive me. How are you travelling, Hayley? You up with me? You okay? 17.4, it's at parts A, B and C. Moved by Councillor Bailey. Is it seconded? Seconded by Councillor...
I have a question.
You're seconding it?
No.
You're not seconding it? Councillor Gallatley seconding it. Do we need an officer to speak to this report? We probably do. Who's doing that, I wonder?
Thank you.
Can we? Oh, okay. Can we go straight into debate? Are you happy to do that, given the time constraints? Yes.
The question was relating to the fit out, assuming I've got the right number because I can't find it on the iPad because it's in a different section. And that was how much of the fit out is just routine things that, and how much of it would be enhancements to the building. It was a very expensive fit out.
The officer's report refers to...
Councillor, the question's been asked. Someone going to take the question, please?
Probably financial. On the link, at the university lease.
But the 600,000...
It's very difficult. I couldn't hear that, but that doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. It's okay. You've got the answer you wanted. Councillor O'Connor, your problem? Your question, sorry.
Oh, look, it's related to Councillor Robinson's question, which is we're asked to endorse this, but I don't know how to vote here because I don't know what the process is by which council who owns the building will be able under the contract to say yes or no to the enhancements. I don't mind about fit out, that's the university's issue, but if it's an enhancement, it should end up increasing the value of the building, and will that be the case, and who will have the say-so over whether it's something that the owner of the building, namely council, is happy with?
All questions through the chair, please.
Sorry.
You're not even looking this way.
I do.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right. So who's going to take, is there a further question which Mr. Winter's going to answer, or Marie, sorry, Director?
The proposed additions to the building have been determined in conjunction with council staff, that we've approved those in with our manager of facilities, and that they will indeed improve the value of the asset. Does that answer all your questions?
Thank you for that. Have we got a move and a seconder for this item? Councillors Bailey and Councillor Gallatley. Are we okay to vote on this? We are. Thank you very much. Put the motion. All those in favour? To the contrary, carried. Moving now to item 17.1, Code of Conduct Review. Yes, you're right.
It's being closed.
We'll have to come back into open if we've got time to deal with your stuff. Okay, we move, motion to move into Committee of the Whole. It's been moved and seconded by Councillors O'Connor and Robinson. All those in favour, to the contrary, carried. Item 17. The meeting is therefore closed at 8:30, given the requirements of our Code of Meeting Practice Clause 19.2.
We need to affirm in public the
Pardon?
decision. We need to affirm in
Yes,
public.
and we confirm all the resolutions taken in committee of the whole, in the open council, and we take a motion to adopt and second those resolutions taken in confidential. Those in favour? To the contrary? Carried. I think we're done. Business done. Thank you, everybody.